Welcome into Earl Worden Field, Amherst, Massachusetts. It's UMass taking on the Dayton Flyers on 91.1 WMUA. I'm Matt Ford-Wellman here with Tim Brown in the third game of this three-game series. Dayton took the first two games on Friday by a collective 23 to 7, hitting 6 homers on the day. The 9-15-1 Minutemen hope to have washed all the worries and mistakes right off in the rain yesterday and look to slow the red-hot 16-17 Flyers on their march to a 500 record and a sweep. Tim, who's hot in this Dayton lineup right now?
Well, for the Flyers, they have an unexpected hot streak in the turnaround of their lineup, the 8-9, and then the one-hitter with Dyronson Wouters, Ty Minolfi, and DeMartini combining for 14 RBIs in those first two games, also tearing up the base pass. And Ty Minolfi in particular, 5 of 7 so far in this series, 5 RBIs, 4 runs, and a pair of homers with a stolen base.
Look, this Dayton offense is no secret, hitting the cover off the baseball. Earl Worden is wet today. Flag over in left field is not moving. We're used to a very windy setting here. We're not going to see that today, Tim. It's going to be a pretty dense ball. The ground is still very wet. If the balls get put in play and get a little wet, we're going to see a lot of dead balls. It's going to have to be singles, doubles, walks, the more small ball aspects of the game, Tim, that I expect are going to need to be exploited here in the wet and possibly rainy Amherst, Massachusetts.
Well, Matt, for the Minutemen, they hope they can slow down the Dayton offense in that way. Sam Bellevue on the bump for UMass today, the junior right-hander, and he has had his bouts of success throughout the season, especially when putting the ball in play, letting this UMass defense work, and it'll be interesting to see him going up against their pitcher, Peyton Maleka.
You know, Tim, one thing I want to talk about really quick is that UMass defense, particularly up the middle. Both teams here today at Earl Worden have fantastic middle of the field defense. I'm talking about Matt Trevisano, Braden Sullivan, Anthony Tirado for UMass. On the flip side, Dayton has, Michael DeMartini, Dyronson Wouters, and Ty Minolfi. Those are 6 great fielders, Tim. They've done some great stuff in this series, made very little errors, made the routine for 5 in the first game of this series. Michael Toth not doing too much better. So I definitely think that, it's going to be the catchers, the corner outfielders, and the corner infielders determining this game. The middle of the field is taking care of business so far on both teams.
Well, Matt, you mentioned those corner infielders, and for UMass, they've had some trouble there. Jack Beverly, the third baseman, is 1 for 7 in the series with an RBI, a run, a walk, and 2 Ks. And then you look over to the man at first, Mark Willie, who's 0 for 7, putting the ball in play, but just not in the places you want it.
It's really tough hitting the ball hard and not getting the results you want, Tim. It does a thing to a hitter's mind. I think this game is so mental, and to get in that mindset, I'm hitting the ball hard, I'm doing things right, and the results aren't coming. It's really tough. You got to stick with it, stick through these tough series. Mark Willie's playing really good baseball this time of year. This 0 for 7 streak seems to be a bit of an anomaly, in my opinion at least. Hitting the ball hard, he's looking to do the same thing today, and that's most likely what he's going to try to do off of Peyton Maleka for the Dayton Flyers. 0 for 4 on the season is Maleka. 29 innings pitched, 40 hits, 34 runs given up, striking out 23 to say his graces, giving up 7 homers on the year. Definitely, dying by the long ball, so to speak. He's going to be looking to turn that around in this series today. Should have a good opportunity with, the wet air, the wet baseballs, and just overall the conditions. Tim, what do you got on Maleka?
Yeah, Maleka's a junior out of Denver, Colorado, went to Legacy High School in that state, and for the past 2 years he went to Monterey Peninsula Community College, a JUCO school, where he built up his reputation as a pitcher. Now coming into Division I, has a 10.01 ERA, and like you mentioned, an 0-4 record through now, so it'll be a tough showing for him, maybe, if the Minutemen can get the bats going.
These conditions today at Earl Worden are actually identical to that of Monterey Peninsula. I played a high school game there back when I was still playing high school baseball in California. The field is a Little League field. The fences are short, but the air is dense. It's foggy. The air is wet. It's same as Oracle Park in San Francisco. It's hard to hit a ball at Oracle. That's because the air is so dense. It's easy to hit it in Colorado. So Maleka playing high school baseball in Colorado, one of the easiest, or should I say hardest places to pitch, transitioning to one of the easiest places to pitch, and coming to UMass and, now seeing a very similar weather pattern as he did in junior college. It's going to be interesting to see if he's in his element or maybe pulled out. I definitely think the weather is going to have an impact on the game today. Batter's eye still down in center field.
Oh, yeah, Matt. It's open gap out there. Still tough to see. Those trees obviously still not full of leaves yet as we just break into spring here in Massachusetts, but it's definitely going to be a tough situation for hitters, especially these UMass hitters who have shown a lot of lagging behind as they've been used to that batter's eye and still working their way to get the ball in play in the right places.
Well, Tim, we've definitely covered the starting pitchers here. We've talked about the lineups. We're going to be back after a short break here. We'll skip through the national we play here in just a moment, and we'll get you right into the action here on 91.1 WMUA. Welcome back here into Earl Lorden Field. We're talking about UMass versus Dayton. This is the series finale. UMass in their maroon jerseys with the white pants and the red hats. Dayton in their all grays, red lettering, and blue hats. I must say, Tim, both teams look pretty good. Pretty dapper, so to speak.
Yeah, it's a dapper day for the Minutemen. I love these maroon jerseys, the white outline on the maroon numbers. It's a good little change up for them. And then Dayton a little bit more of a plain away today after we saw their red pinstripe jersey today, and those are.
Let's talk about the man on the mound right now, Sam Bellevue. In offense, they're looking to put in at Michael DiMartini leading it up, Ryan Lujo at third base. Ryan Flyers and Bobby Stang as the designated hitter. Aiden Zorn over in left. Mason Doby at first base. Aiden Heberly in right. Will be Davidson Wouters at shortstop with Ty Manolfi at second base. Toth throws down. A good throw indeed. And we're going to get underway here as Michael DiMartini comes up to bat now. DiMartini hitting .435 on the year 2 for 6 game.
And the Dayton center fielder, a Pittsburgh native, came over here after a year at Penn State. We played 13 games, notched just one hit.
Toth starts out with an off-speed, misses there. Excuse me, Bellevue. My mistake. Sam Bellevue on the bump for the Minutemen, the righty. Looks to get even now. Hard fastball, hit up to center. Will it fall? It does. That's Anthony Tirado picking up the baseball, throwing it in. And Michael DiMartini has a leadoff single on just the second pitch of the game.
Yeah, Matt, he's got a .435 average on the year, and he just keeps adding on to it. He is a threat out of that leadoff spot. Has some more pop, actually leads this team in home runs with 9. So if you're Bellevue, you're thankful you escape with just a single after you leave him something to hit.
Now it's going to be the second member of the dynamic duo at the top of this Flyers lineup. It's going to be Rylan Lujo, freshman, hitting .421 on the season. Bellevue on the bump looking to get a double play here, but DiMartini has some wheels. Pick over to first. DiMartini standing up. Willie tosses it back to Bellevue, and we're back.
Lujo named the A10 preseason freshman of the year, and he's really been staying true to that so far throughout the year. A .427 hitter. It's not typical to have two guys hitting above .400 to start off your lineup.
Bellevue gets ahead on a check swing, fastball at the top of the zone for strike one. Lujo looking to work back now. Bellevue's pitch. Lujo hits it to center. It's a short one. Tirado coming in, laying out, makes the play, throw to first. Not in time as DiMartini gets back. Great play from Anthony Tirado in center. We were talking about the early game play in the middle of the field pregame. Seeing it here now as Tirado makes a forward lunging diving play. And there's the first out.
Yeah, tough read there for DiMartini, obviously getting a little off the bag with that excellent play in center. Almost got doubled up. He's thankful to scurry back in. He's a threat on the base paths here that UMass definitely has to pay attention to.
As you say that, Tim, Bellevue picks over. Pull the rubber again. McDougal at the dish now. Looking to square one up as Bellevue picks over one more time. Never three, Tim.
Never three.
Never three. Bellevue being very cautious of the base stealing threat over at first, and Michael DiMartini checks the runner. Kicks, deals. Off-speed fouled off by McDougal. And he's down 0-1. One out here in the top of the first is Dayton looks to score the first run of the game. Pick over to first again. Not in time. Bellevue really taking note of that runner over at first, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. DiMartini, 25 steals on the year, but in this series has been caught stealing twice by UMass, and they've done a good job of keeping him in check.
Swing and a miss from McDougal, and that's strike two. Ryan McDougal, a lefty, chases that changeup from Bellevue. Good changeup at that. Bellevue checks the runner at first. Flying steals. Misses it away. Looked to be a pitch out maybe.
Yeah,
definitely the pitch to do it.
Absolutely. You take your free ball there. Change the hitter's eye level a little bit with that high fastball. See what he comes back with here.
Bellevue picks over once again. DiMartini going in, standing up every time. It seems like he's trying to get an extra shuffle before the break. Kind of one of these new generation steals, so to speak. He's taking a shorter lead than average and trying to extend in cadence with the pitcher. Bellevue's pitch. Swing and a miss from McDougal. Filthy from Bellevue, and he gets his first strikeout in this one.
Absolutely. That off-speed pitch digging into the dirt, and a big wave and a miss from McDougal for the second out of this inning. And he looks good on the bump to start this one, something that UMass really needs with Dayton flying high so far in this series with their offense.
Sam Bellevue gives up a hit to the first hitter in the game. And DiMartini battling back now with weak contact and a strikeout as he picks over to first base. No dive from DiMartini, so we'll do it again.
Staying in here for Dayton after the second game in the doubleheader.
Staying hits one into right center field. Hanson under it. Makes the catch. And Sam Bellevue works out of that one after giving up a hit in the first batter of the game. 0 on the board for Dayton, as we'll see the bottom of the first shortly. You're watching 91.1 WMUA. Dayton scoreless in the top of the first. We're going to see UMass's first offensive at-bats here. Peyton Maleka on the mound for the Flyers. It's going to be Ryan McDougal in the squat. Maleka, 6'5", 195. Big frame for the righty. Throws over the top, and we'll see his first one right here. Good fastball, just misses low and away there to Anthony Tirado, the center fielder. Great play in the top of the first. Definitely a good time to follow it up with a good at-bat, say, Tim?
Absolutely, and Tirado definitely wants to get something started here for the Minutemen.
As Maleka misses, looked like a two-seamer away there. Moves the count to 2-0.
The UMass center fielder in this series, 2 of 7 with 1 run, 1 walk, and a pair of strikeouts.
Maleka's fastball, bottom of the zone there. Called strike. Count moves to 2-1. Maleka, tall standing righty, kicks, deals. Fastball at the top of the zone. They'll check. Tirado did not go. Moves the count to 3-1. Good pullback from Tirado, though. That's definitely a ball you can hit, not necessarily a ball you should hit.
Yeah, smart take, and that's exactly what his coach wants to see.
Maleka misses the bottom of the zone. Anthony Tirado walks. So both pitchers starting with runners on in this one.
Yeah,
Sam Bellevue works out there. We'll see if Maleka can do the same.
Maleka showing a little bit more of the control issues that he's kind of been prone to this season. He has 23 strikeouts on the season, but 18 walks to go with it. Not a very high ratio there. And, Matt, I know you love that stat. The K to walk ratio is a big indicator.
I do love K to walk. You know me so well, Tim. Matt Trevisano at the plate takes ball 1. Off-speed, bottom of the zone. Peyton Maleka living around the zone so far, definitely throwing good pitches, just missing the zone a little bit. Maleka misses, fastball top of the zone, still a competitive pitch, just a little inside, I think.
Yeah, these UMass hitters are being very disciplined and patient right now, waiting for their pitch and working in their favor through these first 2 at-bats so far.
Matt Reynolds telling Matt Trevisano, 1 pitch, middle of the zone, get yours here. Maleka kicks, deals. Off-speed, bottom of the zone, called strike, and he's on the board in this at-bat.
Yeah, that's a beautiful pitch right there, Matt, just scraping the bottom of the zone. Nothing much you can do with that if you're Trevisano, and a good leave there from I want good contact standpoint.
Runner goes. Swing, foul ball. Tirado got a good jump at first, but I think the hit and run was on there, Tim. Trevisano misses that one, fouled off the glove of the catcher. It's 2-2. Good time for a hit and run.
Yeah, Matt, trying to get something going early at the start of this game, and Trevisano actually in that second game that we covered did run the hit and well perfectly.
Pick over to first. Tirado in there safely. Dobie back to Maleka. We'll see the 2-2. No outs here in the bottom of the first. UMass looking to turn over the batter. Maleka's pitch. Fastball top of the zone, hit out to center field. Going back is DiMartini at the wall, and he'll make the play on the warning track. Anthony Tirado going into first. And that's a great swing for Matt Trevisano. Just missed that one out to center. But as we can see, that 400 sign is, one of the farthest parts of this field here at Earl Lorden. DiMartini tracks it down.
Yeah, that one hit to straight dead center, deepest part of the ballpark. If you're Trevisano, just got to keep that in mind. That was a good strike. You have this guy on the mound in your sights.
Maleka's first one to Jack Beverly. Beverly takes a big swing at that one and misses on the off speed. Maleka's up 0-1. Ahead for the first time in this game. Looking to stay ahead now with the 0-1. Runner takes off again. Ball in the dirt. Throw down. Not in time. Anthony Tirado swipes the bag, and McDougal's throw was just a little late.
Yeah, you can see some frustration for him here still behind the dish, and it was an excellent throw. You can see why he's thinking in his head, I almost got him. And it was really that close, even off the ball in the dirt. A great pick and some great pop time there.
Maleka's pitch. Ball outside on the edge of the zone. Definitely an umpire's pitch for sure. Then again, we've talked about this before, Tim. Neither of us have the best eyes and should not be claiming balls and strikes here in the slightest. But
Absolutely
we do anyway. We do anyway.
But so far, Maleka is working the edge of the zone really well, just not...
Picked a second. Close, but not in time. Darrenson Wouters with a great tag. Just a little slow.
Yeah, diving over the top of Tirado right there, the 5'7" shortstop, takes a spill. And made that play really close, like you said, Matt, trying to get as quick to the tag as possible. That's why he slipped in this wet dirt here.
Maleka's 2-1, grounded to Wouters. Wouters picks it up, throw over to first, in time, but the runner moves over to third. And we'll see UMass's 2-out hitting here as the Flyers get their second. And here comes Carter Hansen. Definitely a great hitter for the Minutemen. In a bit of a cold streak, I see head coach for the Flyers telling everybody to back up. They're going to shift over to the right side of the field. Hansen, a lefty, has the tendency to pull the ball. Big gap over in left center and at the shortstop position.
Well, Matt, a big at bat here for Hansen. The Minutemen have had their issues with driving runners in throughout this series as they left 10 guys on in the second half of the doubleheader last time around. So Hansen looking to capitalize and start this game off right for the Minutemen in the bottom of the first.
Hansen, a .367 hitter with 2 outs, looking to cash in. Here's Maleka's second pitch. Gets back with strike one. Missed his first pitch high and away. The sun's coming out a little bit at Earl Lord. I could actually see some blue sky. Given how wet it was earlier, I did not think we would see that, but God bless for that. Maleka's pitch, low and away, brings the count to 2-1. Carter Hansen hitting with 2 outs now in the bottom of the first. Dayton has a 0 on the scoreboard. UMass as well. 1 hit away from changing that. Peyton Maleka kicks, deals. Top of the zone, and Hansen will foul it off to the left side of the field. 2's across the board now, Tim.
Yeah, good battle here from Hansen. Maleka looks to be settling in here, trying to attack the strike zone a little bit more where he's been working on the edges, and that can be a threatening sign for him. A .320 batting average against for the right-hander.
Ball hit straight back from Hansen. Bit of a fight there on the off-speed from Maleka. And we'll do it again at 2-2 now. The hard-hitting right fielders can certainly do some damage if he gets his pitch. See if he does here. Kicks, deals. Off-speed away, called a ball, and the count is full.
What a take there from Hansen. That one really on the edge of the zone, and now runs the count full with the good eye.
Maleka's 3-2. Swing from Hansen, foul ball, and he stays in it. Quality at bat for sure. We'll see how long Hansen can take it. Regardless, this has been a very productive first inning for the Minutemen, wouldn't you say, Tim?
Absolutely. Battling in these at-bats, making Maleka a little bit uncomfortable with the way they've been taking these pitches narrowly on the outside of the zone and obviously attacking whenever a good pitch finds them.
Strike 3! Hansen gets rung up, looking as Maleka buries the off-speed in the bottom of the zone there. Minutemen leave a man stranded at third base. We'll be back in the top of the first here on 91.1 WMUA. Doby and Heberly. I say cold, but, own right. Doby hitting 304. Zorn on the cusp of 300 now. That's Bellevue's first pitch. Hard hit baseball. Left center field. Hill under it. Makes the catch. And that's a long fly ball for out one, pitch one of this second inning.
Yeah, there was a high fly there from Zorn, and he's shown his pop throughout this series, his 2 hits being a home run and a triple. And right there, Hill just tracking that one, flying through the air. Bellevue thankful that contact didn't lead to any damage.
Mason Doby up at the plate now. Hitting from the left side. Bellevue okay with lefties to start the game. Let's see if he continues that success. His first pitch skipped in there for ball 1.
Yeah, Doby 1 for 5 in the series so far, but he's been a patient hitter with a pair of walks. Definitely not someone to take lightly.
Bellevue's second. Called strike. And he's even now. Bellevue doing a great job at not letting counts get away from him. Really, fighting back, trying to get even or stay ahead in every count thus far. Kick steals. Top of the zone, rolled over. Beverly, Willie. Out number 2.
Good job there by Bellevue producing some slow contact and easy grounder over to his second baseman. And great way to settle in after giving up hard contact to the first batter.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to give up hard contact 2 times in a row, Tim. I'll tell you, that does something to a pitcher's confidence, whether you think it does or not. Bellevue kick steals. Swing and a miss. That's Aiden Heberly up at the plate now, hitting it from the right side.
St. Genevieve, Missouri native, went to Mizzou for a year, but only got 1 at bat, and then transferred to St. Charles Community College, where he set school records with 58 stolen bases and 68 runs.
Bellevue misses his second. A lot of transfer guys on both these teams, Tim. It seems to be the way for college baseball nowadays. Bellevue kick steals. Top of the zone, off speed. And they're going to say it went off his forearm. Hit by pitch. And Bellevue gives up a free 90 in a count where I might say looked like he was in control.
Yeah, for Bellevue, you don't want to let that one affect you mentally. It just slipped a little bit. Could be a wet glove, could be a little bit of dirt on the ball that you didn't expect. So after getting the first 2 outs in this inning, you just got to settle back in.
Well, 16 stolen bases. That's Aiden Heberly over at first. Definitely a threat. Bellevue will have his hands full. It's going to be Wouters up at the plate. Pick over to first. Not in time. Wouters at the plate looking for his first pitch of the day.
Yeah, and he's been hot in this series, of 5 of 8. A lot of singles, but driving in some runs as well. Excellent contact guy in this power-heavy Dayton lineup.
Bellevue looking at his sign. Checks first. Checks first. The kick, the deal. Bottom of the zone. Called strike. And Sam Bellevue goes up 0-1.
I think we're getting a good establishment of the bottom of the zone from both pitchers so far in this game. They're really riding right at the knees, and those are hard pitches to lift if you're a batter from either side. So
Bellevue picks over. Just not in time. Good move from Sam Bellevue there. Really doing a good job holding the runner. Checks him again. Safe! Dugout wanted it.
Matt, I'll tell you, that one really could have went either way.
That was really close, Tim. I can't quite make it sound, how close it really was. He picks over again. And honestly, I'm more interested in the battle between the mound and first than I am the mound and home right now. Heberly over at first, taking the same lead. Bellevue kicks, deals. Bottom of his own, bloop shot into left. Barely got a hold on that one. Bit of a butt poke, but it works. And that's a single for Darrenson Wouters.
Just reaches the end of the bat out there and gets enough on it to pull it into left field. An impressive job by a skilled contact hitter there. That's what you see the best of them do, is just put the bat on the ball and make something happen.
Sam Bellevue definitely winning some of these at-bats, but losing the result. Starting great in these at-bats, but struggling to close them out as the Flyers knock with 2 runners on here, 2 outs in the top of the second.
And they've got their hottest hitter coming up, Ty Manolfi, 5 for 7 in the series, 5 RBIs, and looking to add on.
Block from Toth. Good stop from the catcher. And Bellevue's miss no avail. Counts 1-0. A hit to the outfield could score a run here. Bellevue's pitch misses away. And Dayton's hottest hitter in Ty Manolfi is now in a hitter's count. Up 2-0. Bellevue, big time for a strikeout here. Wants to work back. Bellevue's kick. High fastball hit in the air. Hill out and left. Tracking under it. Makes the play off to the side. And both Dayton and UMass leave runners stranded in the bottom of the first and the top of the second. We'll be back. You're listening to 91.1 WMUA. And Willie's now up. Minutemen looking like a different offense so far. I don't want to jinx anything, but definitely much more conserved. Pick over to first. Not in time. Sullivan's in there easy. One caught stealing on the year. 3 stolen bags. I wouldn't call him a threat, but who knows?
Well, Matt, lineup is being a lot more patient, we'll say, in this one, as they've had their issues with striking out before. Of course, in that first game, striking out 9 times. And that second one, striking out only 4 times throughout the game. And had their issues with driving runners in. So that's something they want to focus on here, is making the runners that get on count and work against Dayton.
Okay. I hear you, Tim. I agree with you. Maleka looking for his first strike against Willie. Willie with the auto take 3-0, squaring around to bunt, pulls it back. And that's ball 4. Fun one. And we're going to see a mound visit now. We might even see a pitching change, but I'm trying to see down the line. We have the Dayton dugout in our way, so we're not going to see a pitching change. I take that back.
Yeah,
He's just getting warm.
Just 27 pitches thrown so far. Obviously getting a little out of his element here. Like you said, Matt, it was going to be interesting to see whether he adjusts to this weather or not, depending on, the places that he played from, Denver and then going to Monterey. Right now looks like he's not used to it. He's used to some thinner air, rather.
Well, I'd tell you, Tim, an even different level of this. You can correct me if I'm wrong or say so. You can hit your spots at any altitude. It's how hard the ball's getting hit off you that might matter. Maleka's just missing his spots today. Definitely needs to kind of settle in. Definitely take a relax. I'm laughing at the music here. The Jeopardy waiting music's a fun one. The sound crew here, Earl Lorden, really puts on a good show. It'd be better if we had, fire tossers or, circus acts in between innings. Like the minor league games.
Yeah, I hear you, Matt. I'm not sure if there's a budget in there for the Minutemen baseball crew to put together a show like that, but it would be awesome.
We can cut my
you.
salary, Tim. We can cut my salary.
We can cut your salary?
We can cut my salary. I don't need the money if we can get fire tossers.
Dividing 0 by 0 is a hard job, Matt.
We'll find it. In the zeros somewhere there's a 1, I swear. Maleka working back now. First pitch misses, kicks away from the catcher. Nobody moves anywhere, but a scary sight for Dayton indeed there. McDougal kicks the ball away.
Yeah, no one moving. The Dayton catcher's shown off his arm already a little bit in this game. It's not someone you want to run on if you're UMass.
Michael Toth at the plate. Pick over to second. Definitely not in time. The UMass dugout is really having a fun time. On the verge of a 6-game losing streak. They're really trying to find the love where they can and work back here. Toth squares around to bunt. Takes the pitch. Called strike.
Well, Matt, I'll tell you, on a 5-game losing streak, you're not going to get anywhere by hanging your head, right? You need to get back into this series with some emotion and get pumped up when your guys have a chance to put you ahead like they do right here.
You can say that again, Tim. You can say that again. Slider away, down. Maleka misses his third pitch. Moves the count to 2-1. Now, Toth might be bunting here. I'm not sure.
He's squared a couple of times, but pulled back off.
I think they're letting him hammer now. As he takes a fastball up at the eyes. Count moves to 3-1. UMass is 1 pitch away from juicing the bases. Reese McCarthy up at the plate, the freshman left-hander. Hitting .333 on the year in the DH spot today. Looking to capitalize. Ball hit to left field. Under it, making a ball drops, excuse me. Soren misses that one, tosses it in. And the first run of the game will score as Braden Sullivan works all the way around. We were shielded over here by Rylan Lujo at third base. And Aiden Zorn dropped the ball out and left.
Yeah, Zorn not chasing after that one as hard as he could. Seemed like he slowed his step at the last minute, and the ball got away from him as he looked to jump and make a cross-body catch with the left glove right there. Ended up falling over his head, and UMass takes advantage, up 1-0.
Dayton going to their bullpen now. Just one full inning into this one.
And Matt, with no outs in the second here, that's a tough exit for Peyton Maleka.
Yeah, Peyton Maleka couldn't find an out here in the bottom of the second, gives up a run. And we're going to see Flyers go to a different guy now. Michael Toth barreled that baseball to left. Some would say he got lucky on the drop ball. I would say he did his job. Putting the ball in play is all you can really ask from a hitter, especially a barrel like that. Put the ball in play, good things happen, and the Minutemen are the product of that here as they take the first lead in this one 1-0.
And now on the mound for Dayton, Carson Samuels, the freshman out of Gahanna, Ohio. Last appearance went 2 innings cleanly against Akron on the 1st of April here.
Smooth throwing lefty. Coming in against a lefty. And Reese McCarthy will face 2 lefties if he works in consecutive order for the Minutemen, as Anthony Tirado also swings it from the left at the top of this UMass order. Definitely the pick you wanted to go to in the pen if you're this Dayton head coach. Nobody else warming up in the bullpen for Dayton as they're going to leave their guy on the bump.
Yeah, he's been one of their better relievers all year, and again, this Dayton freshman core is strong. Even in the bullpen, a 4.60 ERA is one of their lowest. A 250 batting average against is one of the strongest on the whole team, starter or reliever. But he's got some control issues, 11 strikeouts to 11 walks, a very even ratio there. But if he lets that defense work behind him, it can be a gamble as Dayton leads the A-10 in errors, as we've discussed before.
You know, Tim, correct me on my base running fallacy here, but why is Mark Willie standing on second base? He should have been almost standing on second base when that ball dropped. A line drive like that as the backside runner, your only job is to get as far as you can and then turn around and get back if it gets caught. I can't imagine Toth, who hit the ball, wouldn't be standing on second if he ran that out. It was at least on the drop to the wall. I wish we had instant replay, Tim. Oh, the joys of instant replay.
I'm going to throw out an assumption and
Hit me with
say both of those players thought it was a routine play. Matt, you know my stereotypes, a first baseman and a catcher. They don't want to do any extra running.
Bunt attempt from McCartney. Pulls it back, and Samuels misses his first one. Count moves to 1-0. No outs here in the bottom of the second. UMass trying to pile on some early runs in this one. Carson Samuels on the bump. Kick, steals. Bunt attempt from McCarthy down the line. It'll stay fair. Throw over to first from Lujo. Pulled off the bag. And McCarthy's safe at first on an error. This nightmare inning for the Flyers is just going to continue now as the bases are juiced. Up comes Sam Hill, the righty junior.
Matt, I can't tell you a time I've seen a more perfect bunt than that. That one really rode the line all the way down to the third baseman, Lujo, and obviously missed on the throw, but what a job by McCarthy as a lefty, knocking it down that third baseline slowly.
Pitch from Samuels. Called strike on the high outside corner there, and Hill goes down 0-1. Yeah, Tim, as a third baseman there, you got to know the speed of the runner and keep an eye there. You can only let that ball go so long before you're better off just letting it roll. I don't know if they would have had the batter over at first, even if they'd picked that up. Interesting play from the otherwise pretty solid defensive third baseman in Lujo. But you did mention it earlier, Tim. This team does lead the A10 in errors, so take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah, maybe just a bad read there, not really factoring in this wet grass slowing down the ball.
Fouled off from Hill, and he stays down 0-2. Tim, you're 100% right. This wet grass is going to make the ball hard to throw, and a slow bunt like that's just going to soak up all the moisture down that third baseline. Samuels knocking on the door of a strikeout, 0-2. Kicks, deals. Bottom of the zone, catcher blocks. Ball doesn't bounce, and that's a called ball. Sam Hill now working back in the count, 1-2. Quality at bat here, 5 pitches seen as Samuels looks to punch him out. Ball hits him, hit by pitch, and in comes Willie. UMass up 2-0.
Yeah, a little bit too much grip on the off speed there for Samuels as it curves all the way inside to hit Hill. And maybe one of the last possible results there, you want to just walk in a run.
Especially up 1-2, Tim. 2-strike hit by pitches are really a pitcher's worst nightmare. And now Anthony Tirado, the center fielder, hitting .286 on the season, comes up with the bases loaded, ready to do some damage. Samuels looks in, kicks, deals. High fastball, hit to left field. Runner tags, will it drop? It does! Runners backed up. That's McCarthy and Toth, and they're both going to score. Tirado with the long single, and the Minutemen go up 4-0 on back-to-back pitches.
Yeah, you saw McCarthy there riding the heels of Toth. He got a way better read on it than the catcher did, and 2-run score there for UMass. A tough job in left field for Zorn. Seems like he's having a hard time tracking balls out there. Not sure if the clouds in the sky aren't doing any service to him.
Well, Tim, Tirado being a lefty, hitting that to left field, ball's going to go away from Zorn. And be that it is may, the ball does move more. Double steal, ball hit up the middle. Double play in order. They get him. Tirado thinks he was safe at second base. By my eyes, he was not, as Wouters smoothly kicks it over to Manolfi, who throws it over to Doby. 6-4-3 double play, and the Flyers are back in business.
Yeah, huge play there for Dayton. Obviously, this inning was looking like a disaster with the bags loaded there, and another hard ground ball off the middle. Close play at second, and then good discipline, not get focused on the runner popping up there. Just throw over to the first for the 2.
Fastball in there for a strike. Samuels gets ahead now. Carson Samuels dealing with runner Sam Hill on third base, trying to keep him from scoring. His 0-2, or 0-1, excuse me. They say he swung at the dirt ball. Now the count moves to 0-2. 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. UMass 4 runs up on the board on only 3 hits. Trying to capitalize one more time with a runner in scoring position is Jack Beverly. The 0-2. Grounded to short. Wouters coming in on it. Took some weird hop. Throws it over to first in time. The Flyers work out of it, but not without a 4-run inning from UMass. We'll be back in the top of the third as the Flyers look to respond. You're listening to 91.1 WMUA. Michael DiMartini kicking it off here for the Dayton Flyers as they look to answer back after a 4-run inning for the Minutemen, coming off some bloops and some errors. Dayton living up to their league-leading error title so far, but they're looking to change all of that right now at the top of their lineup. Bellevue's first pitch, hard hit into center field. Tirado going back on it, diving play, and he makes the catch. Full extension Superman. Anthony Tirado can do it all.
Wow, Matt. One word, wow. How did Anthony Tirado make that play? Diving through the air, like you said, a Superman grab, looking like the Bobby Orr statue outside of TD Garden.
That's one of the best catches I have ever seen. Great play from the center fielder to get the first out, and that's got to give you some confidence if you're Sam Bellevue.
Absolutely. You know your fielder's got your back here, maybe willing to let them work a little bit more after a good first two frames.
Rylan Lujo up at the plate, check swing, called a strike, and Bellevue's up 0-1 now. Bellevue's 0-1. Called ball, bottom of the zone. Good off speed. Really good off speed. That slider's been working really well for him. Slider changeup mix coming from the right side there. Bellevue. High fastball, top of the zone, hit into right center. Will it drop? It does. Rylan Lujo finds his way on for his first hit of the day.
Quite the ovation from a strong concentration of Dayton fans here.
There's a lot of Dayton fans here today in Amherst, and I like seeing good travel from opposing fans. If you're UMass, I don't know if you like that there's more Dayton fans here than UMass fans, but that's just how this one's going. It's a cold day in Amherst. I don't think anyone wants to leave. These Dayton fans seem to have been here the series, so I imagine they'll stick around.
Yeah, and they're enjoying what they've seen so far, but right now, Dayton still looking to break into the scoring column here in the third inning.
Bellevue picks over to first. Not in time. Standing up is Lujo. Ryan McDougall at the plate. Hitless in the series so far, if I'm correct, Tim.
I believe so, Matt. 0 for 5 in game 1 that he played.
High fastball runs away for ball 1. Good eye from McDougall there. Big left center gap open as UMass is playing McDougall to pull. Swing and a miss for strike 1. This UMass dugout is having a good time over there. I love hearing the chirps and stuff.
We said McDougall struggling so far in this series, but looking to feel a little more homey here. Taunton, Mass native, won 3 state championships here in the great state of Massachusetts.
McDougall fouled back. 2 on him now. 1-2 is the count. 1 out here in the top of the third. Dayton trying to piece together an inning. Double play in order. Bellevue looking to get it. Kick, steals. Top of the zone, called ball. Brings the count to 2-2.
Excellent spot right there from Bellevue, just outside of the edge of the zone. Not a discouraging sign at all if you're UMass. Just keep working.
Bellevue picks over to first. Bit of a reset. And we'll see the 2-2. These Dayton runners definitely reading Bellevue well. Have not gotten off to second very easily yet. Bellevue's pitch away, and the count is full.
Yeah, misses the spot there from Bellevue. Looking to bear down, get something in the zone here. One pitch could get you out of it.
Pick over again. Third baseman Jack Beverly definitely hugging the line for a hitter that tends to pull the ball. The 6-hole looks very open and juicy, but Bellevue picks over once again. You know, when the pitcher picks off this much, this is the dialogue you get from me.
It's entertaining, Matt. I'll give you some
Thanks,
credit
Tim.
there. How about that?
I appreciate that.
Hope everyone else is enjoying it as much as me.
I hope everyone's enjoying it too. Leave a comment if you are. Bellevue picks over a third time. Stumbling in is Rylan Lujo. Are we going to see 4, Tim? Will we see 4?
Never 4.
Never 4.
Never
Couldn't
4,
be
Matt.
4. Couldn't be 4. Bellevue shakes. Shakes again. He's good to go. The wind, the kick, the deal. Runner takes off. Foul ball from McDougal. The count stays full. Great at bat from McDougal. Bellevue looking to win it. Bellevue has got his pitch. Comes set. Lujo takes off. Fouled again. And we'll do it again. Ryan McDougal, the catcher. Pretty good in the squat so far today. 300 hitter with runners on.
I'll tell you, Matt, at this point, it's got to be getting on Bellevue's nerves how much he's had to battle in this at-bat. Just want to put this guy away at some point.
Hard hit ball. Hits the umpire in foul territory. I think it got him in the leg. If it had gotten him in, how do I say, the privates, I don't think he'd be standing. But he gives a thumbs up.
Yeah,
like
Matt, that was
Iron
a hard
Man.
hit ball. It's amazing that he is still standing right now. In all honesty, I think I would have crumbled had I taken that one to the thigh myself.
Now you see runners get hit down the line, especially at third sometimes. Runners are a little more mobile. These umpires tend to get a little stationary. You know, they're out of their prime, so to speak, so has the tendency to catch him. Glad to see he's okay.
Matt, don't let him hear you. He might throw you out of the game. Call him past
Now
his
that
prime.
would be something. Now that would be something. We'll have a race. We'll see who's in their prime. Bellevue with a full count. Looks into McDougal. Picks over to first. Not in time. Well, Tim, I'm really just worried for the content of the game with 2 umpires having one go out. I don't know if the calls are going to be the best. We're definitely not going to see as many correct as we could. Bellevue kicks, deals, runner takes off. Foul ball again. And we're going to see it.
Man, I'll tell you, McDougal just doesn't stop fighting. He may be hitless in the series, but you can tell how bad he wants one right here. And it's definitely got to be taking the toll on Bellevue.
Bellevue with 25 pitches before this started. Looking to keep it under 40 now. As McDougal racks up a pitch count, looking to add to double digits maybe. Bellevue's pitch, runner takes off again. Swing and a miss. Strike him out. Throw him out. And Bellevue's efforts pay off as the battle goes to UMass. In come the Minutemen, and we'll see them swing it in the bottom of the third. You're listening to 91.1 WMUA. Carson Samuels towing the rubber again for the Flyers. And up comes Carter Hansen. Strikeout looking in the first one. Not his best work. So he looks to come back here again with a different approach and a different swing.
Yeah, Matt, this big lefty for UMass has had his ebbs and flows throughout the season. Was once hitting above 300 for the Minutemen, now down at 253, but still getting on base at a good clip, up near 400 as he continues to battle well at the plate.
Tough pitcher for Hansen to face. Lefty on lefty is not his strong suit. Samuel's pitch, a ball, moves the count to 2-0. Well, it looked like Dayton was going to have at least one run here in the top of the third, but UMass with a strike him out, throw him out. Well executed from the pitcher and catcher, ends their inning. Hansen takes, strike one's the call, and the count's 2-1. No outs here in the bottom of the third. Tim, what do you think of the game so far?
I think it's been a really positive showing from UMass compared to the doubleheader that they played a pair of days ago.
Hansen laced to center field. It's going to drop. And that's a base knock for Carter Hansen.
I mean, that right there is the perfect personification of it, Matt. UMass putting a better effort forward in this one offensively from go, waiting for their pitch, being patient in at-bats, and when they get something to hit, they're doing the right thing with it. They're driving it. They're getting elevation and not letting simple rollover outs take them out of innings.
You're totally right, Tim. I see a different swing out of Carter Hansen. That was a smooth swing. That was his swing. And taking your swings is really the only way you're going to get hits in this A-10 conference with these, tough pitchers and what they can throw at you. Samuel's pitch taken by Braden Sullivan, called strike. Sullivan a walk in the second inning, scored a run with some good base running. Runner at first is Carter Hansen, only one stolen bag on the year. As Samuels buries his second pitch for ball one. UMass dugout really feeling their own right now. The happiest I've seen them in a couple of games here. When the energy's up, you tend to play a little better. Hard hit ball right into the Dayton dugout. All the camera equipment in the broadcast booth is safe. It looks like nobody was hurt. That's got to be scary, Tim.
Yeah, especially for Jacob McGovern there standing up on the bench. He had to duck his head down to not get sniped by that ball right there.
Tim, I would have caught it.
You think so?
Boom. Stuck it, too. Broke my hand. That's what it would have done.
Absolutely.
Pick over to first. Telegraphed. And we'll see the 1-2 pitch. Or will we? A lot of pickoffs in this one, Tim. I'll say that.
Yeah, lefty here with a much easier move for Dayton. Like you said, UMass has been very attentive to runners. The Flyers less so.
Samuels looking at first. Kicks and deals. Slider inside. Called a ball. Sullivan really making worth of this at-bat. Taking his sign now. He moves the count to 2-2. No outs here. Double play in order. Sullivan looking to drive something into the outfield. Get the next man up. Samuels. The pitch. Hit to center. DeMartini under it. Going back. And he makes the catch. Fires it in. And that's the first out in this one.
Well, I'll tell you, Matt, that ball had a lot more carry than I expected it to. Kind of off the end of the bat a little bit there for Sullivan. And an easy fly to center field. I thought we were going to get a blooper and have it drop in there, but a little too much muscle for the UMass second baseman.
I'll say that too, Tim. I thought that ball was going to be in. I saw DeMartini heading back on that and kind of squinted my eyes a little bit. Had to check that one again. Hard hit baseballs all around for the Minutemen, that's for sure. Mark Willie, the big lefty, pick over to first. Hansen does not slide, kind of sticks. And he'll be in safe.
Yeah, just a slop of mud on those white pants now for every Minuteman who dives back into base.
Tim, you know how hard laundry is? Getting the stains out of those white pants?
For some people, it's hard, Matt.
For some
I'll
people,
tell you.
it's hard. We know that about living at college now, don't we?
Oh, yeah.
Samuels picks over again. And Hansen cannot get a slide worth nothing. He's just kind of Superman flopping in there as it's real muddy over near first base.
Yeah, we saw a big puddle over there pregame that they were sopping up with a sponge. All around that first base area was really the biggest well, so probably still pretty sticky.
First pitch to Willie. Off speed, called strike on the outside. Moves the count to 0-1.
Outside low corner right there. What a pitch from Samuels to start off this at bat. Seems like he's settling in here.
That's a pitcher's pitch. I'll give him that. That's a pitcher's pitch. Samuels kicks and deals. Big swing from Willie. Moves the count to 0-2.
Another excellent showing right there with the off speed, dipping below with the lefty batter. It's a hard one to track, that lefty on lefty curveball.
Now Carson Samuels looking for a strikeout or a ground ball here for the double play. His 0-2 missed low. Good take from Willie. Definitely where you want to miss with that off speed. You don't want to hang it, especially for a hitter that has been hitting the ball really hard and is looking to swing 0-2. Worst place to throw that pitch is to hang it. Definitely better to bury it, especially when you have a good catcher like Ryan McDougal.
Yeah, it's the fundamental play there on an 0-2 count.
Chopper to first base. Dobie throws it, or takes it himself, I should say, over to first and gets Willie in time. But the runner moves. Carter Hansen over at second base now.
Number 5,
Michael Toth with that line drive to left field. 2 RBIs on the day thus far on that line drive. Looking for another one out at second, a 2-out RBI no less.
Yeah, Matt, he ripped that one into the corner in his last at-bat. Looking to do just about the same with another man in scoring position.
Samuels looks at second, delivers. Ball hit hard to right center. Will it fall? It will! It hops the wall, and Toth is going to head into second with a stand-up double and an RBI. Stay hot, Michael Toth. That's a double.
Yeah, first pitch and a great job of driving that one to the opposite field by the UMass catcher. Deposited it deep in that right center gap. What a strike. Some real pop off the bat there.
There's plenty of hitters that make a living off of trying to do exactly what Michael Toth did right there. A hard hit ball into the right center gap, and that's a perfectly executed swing from the catcher. Really good game from Toth now. To strike him out, throw him out, putting the ball on second base consistently, blocking a couple, and now with a single and a double. Now it's Reese McCarthy with a single and a run in the second. He comes up now again in the third and takes strike one from Samuels.
Yeah, McCarthy dropping that bunt down in the first inning. Going to swing away right here. We'll see what he has in this lefty-lefty matchup.
They're going to call time now. I can't quite say why. Oh, thank you, spectator. Appreciate that. The ball got away from the bullpen. Samuels kicks and deals. Good miss, called a ball. McCarthy trying to copy the man before him, and Michael Toth looking for a double, trying to switch places with him. Samuels 1 out away from getting out of this jam as he delivers. Called strike. Moves the count to 1-2.
Matt, you see out there a little bit of a widened gap in left center with the center fielder DeMartini favoring right field just a tad.
Samuels with the 1-2. Just missed outside. Twos across the board now. Flyers looking to close out this inning and get back into the dugout, start doing some damage. UMass up 5-0 on the game. 5 hits total for the Minutemen. Samuels delivers. Called ball, and the count is full.
Excellent spot there from Samuels. Working the outside on the lefty, barely missing the zone. Now he's got it full with 2 down here.
Catcher Michael Toth at second is going to be running on the swing. Ball hit to left field. Zorn picks it up. Toth is heading home. The throw. He hits the runner, and he's in there safe. McCarthy takes second. And that's another run for UMass. 6-0 moves the Minutemen. As Reese McCarthy with a single into left field moves up on the throw from Zorn. Offline was the throw up the line. Catcher had to vacate the plate, and the ball hits Michael Toth. Great job from Matt Reynolds sending the catcher on that.
Yeah, sending him right away. A lot of guys would be hesitant to with how hard that ball was hit into left field, but Toth had the wheels to get around, and then that throw a little bit errant from Zorn, deflecting off of Toth as he dove into home. Overall, great play there for the Minutemen.
Sam Hill at the plate. Takes ball 1 from Samuels. Samuels remains 1 pitch away from getting out of this. Just can't quite finish off the batter. Sam Hill looking to replicate the success of his formers. The pitch. Hit up the middle, back at the pitcher. Samuels blocks it, flips it over to first, and that's the 3rd out. The Flyers have to take a line drive off the leg in order to get out of this one. UMass putting up 2 runs here in the bottom of the 3rd, leading 6-0 on the game. We'll be back for the top of the 4th. You're listening to 91.1 WMUA. UMass getting out of a jam in the top of the 3rd with a strikeout, throw him out from catcher Michael Toth. Sam Bellevue with the strikeout, of course, on the bump, towing the rubber once again. Now, Tim, how important to momentum are great defensive plays like that?
Well, Matt, winning a 10-pitch at-bat right there against the catcher McDougal is huge, especially for Bellevue's confidence. You know, you hang in there for so long, you think a guy has you timed up, and then you sneak one by him, and Toth with that excellent throw over to second. It has to have these Minutemen feeling good.
Bobby staying at the plate now. Hard hit foul ball down the left field line. Bellevue goes up 0-1. Sam Bellevue, 35 pitches in this one thus far. 2 Ks. Stang hits it hard to left. Fielder going back at the wall. It's out of here. Bobby Stang with a blast. Goes off the scoreboard and left, and that puts the Flyers on the board.
Matt, that's his 2nd home run of the series here. This one pulled on a line to left. sneaking just under the scoreboard there, past the left field wall. And what a strike it was, a charge really put into that one. And he's got a pair of home runs to this series, as I said, to either side of the field.
One of those hits where if the fence had been 20 feet longer, Hill might have gotten that one, but man, was that ball hit hard. Bellevue's first big mistake in that one. He comes back to Aiden Zorn now for strike one on the outer half.
Yeah, Bellevue definitely a benefit of the bats right here. A 6-0 lead diminished to 6-1. It's not much of a hit on your confidence. You feel you can just dig right back in.
I mean, we've all seen Garrett Cole pitch for the Yankees in some regard. The guy only seems to give up homers or strikes guys out, excuse me. Ball hit to shortstop. Trevisano with the routine tosses it over to Willie. And that's the first out in this top of the fourth.
And that's exactly how you want to do it if you're Bellevue. You get a simple ground ball over to your shortstop there, Trevisano, who you can almost guarantee is going to make the routine play correctly.
Solo homers like that are kind of a part of the game as you get up in the leagues, moving on from high school to college and the professional level. Those will happen, but it's really about how you respond. And Bellevue's coming up against a good hitter in his own right, Mason Doby now. Doby hits it straight up. Gray clouds in the sky. Hill under it. And he makes the catch for the second out. No trouble there. What I was trying to say there, Tim, is gray clouds in the sky can make it hard for the fielder to see the ball.
Absolutely.
That's a tough one.
I think we've seen that a couple times actually in left field as Zorn has had his trouble running it down towards that side, but Hill, a good fundamental play there on the catch.
Aiden Heberly hitting 105 on the year with 2 outs. Grounds it to Trevisano again. Hard hit ball thrown over to Willie. And that's the third one. So Beverly gives up the solo shot to Bobby Stang and works back. 1, 2, 3. Well done for the Minutemen as they'll look to extend their 6-1 lead in the bottom of the fourth. We'll be back in a moment. You're listening to 91.1 WMUA. Crazy day in sports as Alex Ovechkin breaks Wayne Gretzky's goal record. 895 came just a couple minutes ago. Congrats to him. He's definitely not listening, Tim, so...
No, I wouldn't think he is.
I hope this gets to him, though, somehow.
I hope he does here. I hope he feels honored that Matt Ford Wellman uttered his name.
Yeah, you know.
But obviously...
That made me sound really pretentious there, Tim. Anthony Tirado up at bat. We're having fun over here, aren't we?
We are.
We're having a good time. So the Minutemen, they're up 6-1. Tirado looking to do some damage.
New arm on the mound here for Dayton. Trying to find a jersey number here.
Seems to be 36. We don't get told these changes, unfortunately, everybody. So
no, but we've got
best.
A freshman, James Heller,
ball hit
on the bump.
Over to the right side. Fielded, thrown over to first for the first out.
A good start there from Heller, the freshman out of L.A. Went to Del Toledo High School out in California.
Number 24,
You know, I know a lot of high schools in California, and I can't say I know that one.
Really?
Well, I'm not from L.A. There's a lot of high schools in California.
That's true, Matt. Are you familiar with the Liberty League?
I am familiar with the Liberty League.
Well, he was the two-time Liberty League Cy Young and one-time MVP during high school.
That's a thing.
I'd say.
It's a thing.
It's a thing of...
Liberty's not the best league. Like, I'm not going to, it's like a B league, but hey.
One of the best players in it has to mean something.
I don't want to diminish the achievement. He's throwing good so far. Let's see how we can keep working. Ball hit down the third baseline. Foul from Travisano. Made the last two plays in the last inning. A lock at the shortstop position.
This is Heller's 12th appearance of the year. Sports a 5.49 ERA.
Heller kicks and deals. The slider away. No good. That's the first ball in this one. First ball thrown, I should say. 1-2's the count, one out here in the bottom of the fourth. Heller. Swing and a miss. Got him. And Travisano goes down on a filthy changeup, I must say.
Yeah, had him really chasing outside of the zone there on that changeup, diving below the knees and into the dirt. Just nasty, not something that the shortstop for UMass is too used to seeing.
Jack Beverly's turn now. So he looks to have better luck than he has the first couple times against this right-hander, grounding to the shortstop 2 times in a row, both in the first and the second. Takes strike one from Heller. 0-1's the count. Heller looking for a quick 1-2-3. Beverly trying to extend this one. As he swings at the fastball low in the zone, that's strike 2.
He's really working the low outside corner right now on the Minutemen, and they're biting at it 100% of the time. These are good placements from Heller as he comes into this inning with a good flow to start it off.
Heller's 0-2. Slider away. No good. The wasted one has been wasted. Beverly. Zone expanded, 2-strike approach now. Heller's pitch, fastball. Fouled off by Beverly. And we'll do it again. Jack Beverly, a .240 hitter with 2 outs. Definitely a stat you want to bump up when you can. Heller misses away. Good take from Beverly. 2s across the board.
Yeah, misses the spot there from Heller. Letting Beverly work his way back into this count. Evens it up at 2-2.
James Heller kicks, deals. Fastball top of the zone, fouled off again. And we'll put it on repeat.
Good fight so far here for Beverly. Still looking for his second hit of the series. 1 for 8 so far.
The 2-2. Struck him out! Heller with the breaker on the outside. And he gets him. 3 up, 3 down here in the bottom of the fourth. The Minutemen scoreless for the first time in 2 innings. We'll see you in the top of the fifth. You're listening to 91.1 WMUA. Darwinson Wouters at the plate now. Bellevue stays back on the mound. Only a homer given up thus far. Has handled this Flyers offense quite well so far. Wouters, one of the only couple hits Bellevue's given up as he gets strike one. Bellevue has not had a problem getting ahead. He's had a problem finishing the batter. Only 2 strikeouts on the day thus far. Definitely wants to keep guys in the box a little better as he misses for ball 1.
Yeah, and it's a credit to these Dayton hitters, too. They work deep into counts. Obviously, like you mentioned, that 10-pitch at-bat with McDougal, and who knows how much of a flow Bellevue would be in without that if that at-bat had gone smoothly.
Hard hit baseball down the left field line. Just foul.
But as I was saying, Matt, just 40 pitches heading into the 5th inning here. He's made quick work of the Dayton order about every time he's come around. So for UMass, you just want to see how far you can ride him out.
A lot of single pitch at-bats here for the Flyers. Definitely want to extend those at-bats a little bit if they have hopes of getting Bellevue out of this one. Ground ball up the middle. Sullivan hits it. Can't quite reel it in, and Wouters is going to take an infield single there. It seemed like Bellevue on the mound almost grabbed that.
Yeah, close. A little bit of a sharp grounder there off the bat of Wouters, and that's the second time this game he's really just reached the end of the bat out there and gotten a great result out of it.
Wouters moves his average to 456 now, putting up a tremendous clip. The junior is really making his work cut out for him. Manolfi at the plate now, takes ball 1 from Bellevue.
Matt, I got to say, it's amazing to think a talent like that was sitting at Southern New Hampshire University for the last 2 seasons.
On the flip side, it's crazy to see how far a guy can come in a couple years from good work and some dedicated effort. Bellevue misses his pitch there, moves the count to 2. Obviously, you had to do something to get scouted from Aruba. So credit to Wouters where I can, but, I definitely think his success here is the product of hard work at Southern New Hampshire for sure. Ty Manolfi takes, called strike, moves the count to 2-1. No outs here in this one. The Minutemen looking for their first and second on a ground ball. Double play is in order. Wouters not the fastest over at first, not the hardest double play in this lineup, that's for sure. As Bellevue fires strike 2 in there, a breaker, moves the count to 2-2.
Definitely looked like he caught Manolfi off guard there with the off speed. Just completely froze as he watched that one come down the middle.
Bellevue looks at first, kicks, deals. 2-seamer slips away, moves the count to 3-2. Definitely not a great chance for a walk if you're Sam Bellevue. You want to try to keep this batter alive here, especially after you go up like he seems to do so often. Bellevue's pitch. Hard hit in the right field. It's going to drop. Hansen picks it up, gets it in, and Wouters will stay at second. Ty Manolfi with a single, and the hot streak continues.
Well, like we said, Matt, this is the most dangerous part of this Dayton lineup where you get that turnover. Wouters, Manolfi, and now DeMartini coming up.
DeMartini already with a hit in this one. Seems like a guy where once he gets hitting, he stays hitting. He had trouble finding his first hit in the second game of the doubleheader. Once he did, he went back-to-back with knocks.
Now batting, number 6, Michael DeMartini.
Definitely could say the best hitter in this lineup so far, Tim.
Yeah, there's a reason he comes out of that leadoff spot. A power-speed combo, something that UMass tries to replicate, but DeMartini does it perfectly.
Bellevue's first one, hammered into center. Toronto picking up the ball, runner getting sent home, throw over to third. And Darwinson Wouters will score the second run for the Dayton Flyers. That brings the game from 6-2.
Well, I think from a hitting coach perspective, you can't draw up a single any better. You strike one perfectly into center field to get it down. It scores the runner with ease, and the other two move station to station.
We're going to see pitching coach come out now, have a talk with Sam Bellevue, who's been great thus far, aside from a little slip in a solo shot to Bobby Stang. He's been incredible so far. He's really dealt handedly. He's gotten ahead well. He's stayed ahead well. He seemed to lose a couple of batters here and there. Those are the hits you'll see up on the board. Speaking of which, Dayton is out hitting UMass 7-6. UMass really capitalizing off some mistakes in that Dayton defense.
Yeah, Bellevue in those first 4 frames was getting out leadoff batters. He was working well after he gets himself in a flow. Now you saw that leadoff guy, Wouters, get a base hit to start off the inning. Stacks up to be 3 singles in a row.
UMass warming up 2 guys in the pen, just getting loose now. No seeming urgency, I would say, but you know, with a 4-run cushion now, aside from a long ball, an inopportune long ball at that for the Minutemen, they could quite handedly work out of this one.
Yeah,
that
Bellevue
one
has
has the skills for sure.
That one, Matt, Bellevue was able to work around, but it seems like here, just tactical at bats and solid contact is more where Dayton's head is at, not big swings and trying to power it out of the park here.
I sure agree with that, Tim. As Rylan Lujo comes up to the plate now. Bellevue looks at second. Kicks and deals. Hit to left. Hansen's got an arm. He's going to come up throwing, and they're going to hold the runner at third. As Hansen hammers that one in. Bellevue gives up his 3rd consecutive here. And the bases are juiced.
Matt, that's the 4th straight single, actually. And a great play there by Hansen in right field to fire it in, keep the runner at third base. But now another threatening situation, no outs, and the bag's chock full.
Pinch hitting, number 4, Martin Howell.
Martin Howell pinch hitting in the 4 spot for McDougal. Definitely Dayton's opportunity to get back in this one. Bellevue looks to work out now with no outs so far in the inning. His first pitch fouled towards the press box, just misses it. And Bellevue gets ahead 0-1.
Deep on the inside part of the bat right there. You could hear the thud almost on the hands of the hitter.
Those are going to hurt the thumbs. I will say that. Howell fouling one off himself.
In this series so far, Howell's 2 of 5 with a double and 1 run scored, also a pair of strikeouts. Now down 0-2 here.
Bellevue looking to work out of this one with a K. Only has 2 thus far. The 0-2. Hard inside. That's going to hit him. And in comes a run. Manolfi scores.
Now you've got a guy coming to the dish who seemed to be comfortable with you already, hitting that home run to left field in his last at-bat.
The go-ahead run is at the plate for the Flyers. Bellevue really trying to work out of this one. Pitch high and away, called strike. And that brings the count to 0-2.
Stang went on a check swing there for strike number 2, but good pitch placement from Bellevue.
Bellevue trying to finish him. Ball hit hard up the middle. Sullivan kicks it, misses it. Toronto comes up throwing. He's going to get it in. Blocked by the catcher Toth. And Stang has a 2 RBI single. cuts UMass's lead to 1 and brings the game 6-5.
Yeah, Matt, a hard ground ball there through the middle of the infield. Nothing that UMass could really do with how hard that one was hit. And Dayton really in a flow here. It's almost a UMass mentality that we see. Matt Reynolds wants them to stack up at bats, and Dayton showing the Minutemen how to do it right now.
Bellevue has not walked a guy thus far. Has only hit 2 as he picks over to first.
Still no outs here with men on the corners for the Flyers. Gotta imagine Bellevue's getting to the end of his rope.
Flyers left fielder Aiden Zorn up to bat now. Check swing. He goes. And that's the first strike in this at-bat.
Some dissatisfaction on the swing call there from the Dayton fans right behind home plate. Once again, big time showing for the Flyers as far as fanfare.
Zorn hits a ball straight up. Second baseman Sullivan under it, makes the play, no tag from any of the runners, and that's the first out in this one.
And that's huge for Bellevue with UMass still at a 1-run advantage right now. Put yourself in a position where one pitch produces a ground ball and a double play that can get you out of here with your team still in the lead.
Michael Doby up at the plate now. Doby trying to square one up as he has a runner at third and first now.
Doby, a Meaford, Ontario native, is a member of the Canadian Junior National Baseball team in high school.
Mason Doby, national talent for
National
the
talent.
Canadians. Bellevue misses the first one, trying to come back even now. Checks on the runner at first, kicks, deals. Hard hit ball through a 4-hole, and that's going to get through. Runners will stay at second and first as Hansen hoses it into Travisano. And the Minutemen are just getting hit to death as Dayton ties this one up 6-6.
Yeah, Matt, really quick result there for Doby. Pulling that one through the gap in the right side of the infield. Another hard hit ground ball, and that one just stayed flat, a worm burner into right field as we're going to get a mound visit here.
Catcher Michael Toth. We're going to see a real mound visit now as Matt Reynolds comes out. He's going to make a pitching change.
And probably a smart move about now with a 5 spot coming off of Bellevue in this inning.
Well, with this pitching change, we're going to be right back here on 91.1 WMUA. Dayton, a 5-run 5th inning. That's going to end Sam Bellevue's day. We'll be back shortly. Welcome in now. Aiden Heberly kicking off this one.
Jack Levine on the bump now for the Minutemen with one down here, runners on first and second.
Levine's first, a strike.
You know what's funny, Matt? I just found it out. Levine's a transfer from Navy. He made his collegiate debut against UMass in 2023.
Interesting. How did he do?
He pitched, I believe, 2/3 innings and set the Minutemen down quietly.
Set the Minutemen down quietly. Well,
yeah.
That's not hard to believe. Heberly fouls that one off. He's down 0-2 now. New pitcher. Starting to look like the right move for Matt Reynolds. Levine misses low and away there to the righty. Moves the count to 1-2. Now, Tim, this looks very different than the way the series has so far. These games have not necessarily been close by any means. Dayton has pulled away. Bit of a thriller here so far as he grounds one to Travisano. Flipped to Sullivan, barehanded over to first. He got him! Sullivan with the barehander. Travisano with the flip. And UMass's middle infield is on fire. That'll finish that fifth inning. 5 runs in that fifth for Dayton as they pull the score 6-6. We got ourselves a ball game, folks. We'll see you in the bottom half of this one here on 91.1 WMUA. I know by the walk-up now, Carter Hansen's up to the plate. A lot of guys like a rap-style walks-up song, something flowy. Not Hansen. Not Hansen.
He walks up smooth, Matt, and he wants to smooth that bat here with the score now tied. UMass looking to bite back with the bats after a tough inning defensively.
You're sure right about that, Tim. This game has pretty much reset itself back at 0-0. Hansen looking to kick this off with a bang as he takes strike one. James Heller still on the bump. The right-hander. 2 strikeouts in this one so far. No hits given up. Hansen looking to change that. Hard hit ball left side. Hansen digging for first. The throw in time.
Excellent quick hands there by Lujo over at third base, picking that one on a short hop and firing it over to first with a quick runner over there. He mentioned he hasn't stolen a lot of bags, but he's shown his range over in right field. We know he can fly.
Hansen, every time I've seen him so far this year, or at least in person I should say, he has been shifted heavily over on that right side. They usually pull the shortstop and put it kind of in that 4-hole between the first and second baseman. He fights against the shift there as he hits it to third, but not in time. Braden Sullivan at the plate now. He takes ball 1 from Heller. Sullivan 0 for 1 on the day with a walk, trying to find his way in the hit category here. Heller looks, wind up, deal. Called strike. And we're even at ones. It has turned into a pretty nice day here at Earl Lorden. If you'd been here at 11:30 when me and Tim were setting up, getting ready, it was still actively raining, and we were not in a good spot. But spirits have brightened here. Heller yanks that one.
Yeah, Matt, like you said, we were walking here. I saw puddles all over. I didn't think we were going to play a game today, but you look at the forecast, it cleared right up at 1 p.m., and then we got going playing some baseball here at Earl Lorden.
Yes, we did, Tim. Heller's pitch. Hard hit in the 6-hole. Both fielders lay out for it. It'll sneak through. Throw in from Zorn. And Braden Sullivan has a single.
Maybe some baseball video games should take some notes on that play right there with both of those fielders diving in a cross pattern to get that ground ball.
Because, you know, Tim, both fielders can dive. It's possible.
It can happen.
It can happen. That was a tough joke to get if you don't play MLB The Show. Sorry if you don't. I recommend it to everybody. No, I don't. I don't wish that pain on anyone.
Don't recommend that to
I don't
anybody,
wish that pain on
Matthew.
anybody. It's an addictive game that is only rage-inducing. Mark Willie at the plate. Big swing and a miss as Heller goes up 0-1. Sullivan over at first. Not who I'd call a bag stealer, but a presence over there, has the ability to. Willie, hard hit ball, falling, drops in there in front of DeMartini. Bit of a Texas League single for Willie, and he'll move over the runner.
Well, he'll take anything he can get. He was 0 for 8 prior to this. Finally breaking out of the slump with a blooper single right there, and UMass needs it as far as this offensive momentum goes.
That might have been the softest ball Mark Willie's hit this series, if I'm correct. He has been really on fire hitting baseballs hard. If that's the slump breaker, then so be it, because Willie's definitely an intricate part of this UMass offense, usually hitting in the 6 or the 7 hole, trying to turn that order around and you know, be productive. Up comes Michael Toth. Hot start in this one, 2 for 2, as he'll take strike 1 from Heller.
Yeah, Toth 3 RBIs already, and another chance to add on here with a man at second. See if he steps up again.
Toth, the bat waggle from the right-hander. Hard swing down the right field line. It's bearing foul, and it does.
And now in an 0-2 hole here is Toth. Don't want to get too ahead of yourself and think I have to drive in a run right here with the way that last inning went defensively. Got to stay disciplined.
Well, Tim, we've found, especially watching those games on Friday, the best thing these UMass hitters can do is just keep the lineup moving. Heller's pitch. Breaking ball away, no good. Good call from the umpire as it sticks off the corner just a little bit.
An excellent eye there from Toth at the plate to watch that one go by. It was a close call on the 0-2.
Definitely on the chalk there. Heller's been really good with his misses, not, erratic. Spiked a couple, but that's to be expected. Living around the zone. That's a good way to succeed as a pitcher. Hard hit ball, 6 hole. It's down. Sullivan held up at third as the throw comes in. Pretty money. I have to say, I think Sullivan might have been out at home there. But UMass does exactly that. They keep the line moving.
A good read from the third base coach there, Matt Reynolds, as UMass, like you said, Matt, loading the bags.
Now batting.
Two
McCarthy
singles for McCarthy, an RBI on the day. You hope he's got a couple more singles in that bat if you're a UMass fan, especially right now with the bases loaded.
Well, last time McCarthy was up, it was the same situation with Toth over at third, and he knocked him in with a single into left field. That was a fired one.
Hard pitch from Heller there, and McCarthy fouls it back. It's 0-1.
He showed a little bit more fire off the bump. late into his outing here. We heard the pop from the glove in warm-ups that we haven't typically.
I can definitely agree, team. It seems like the velo kind of bumps off in game. The warm-up pitches looked real strong. Heller's 0-1, misses away. Brings the count. One's across the board now. The sac fly is still in play. Only one out in this inning. McCarthy just trying to hit the ball hard. James Heller kicks, deals. Pitch in the zone, taken, called strike. That puts McCarthy down 0-1-2, excuse me.
Yeah, two-strike approach here with a man on every base. Just trying to put the ball in play, but you got to make sure not to knock one too softly and put together an inning-ending double play.
Dribble to second it, hit the runner. But that kills the double play. The run will score. No, it doesn't. Are the runners going to go back on that? Yes, I guess it's a dead ball violation. The runners will go back here. So the runner out, advancing from first to second. And they're going to check, I believe, if the runner at first is also out, which would be a double play. Definitely killed the double play for the Flyers. Run doesn't score for UMass.
Yeah, complete mound visit here. A tough break there for UMass.
Yeah,
Obviously, that ground ball going to second base, it was a slow chopper, but definitely had double play potential.
Definitely a tough break for the Flyers. Although I don't know if that would have been a double play. I think it would have been pretty tough for Manolfi to throw across his body like that back to second and get the ball to first.
I was going to say the same, Matt. Yeah, it's a tough play. But it seems like with the runner in limbo between first and second there, could have got to second. The play at first would have been close.
So it's a dead ball out as the ball bounces off Michael Toth. Reese McCarthy takes his place at first.
If you're UMass, that's one of the worst results you could have asked for, is just getting an out. It's akin to a strikeout at that point.
Well, if that doesn't hit Michael Toth, he's probably safe at second. I bet you Reese McCarthy's out at first, and the run probably scores. So yeah, Tim, an unproductive out indeed, as Heller misses his first one. Heller with some lucky breaks and some outs here, trying to close out this inning now. Bases juiced for UMass. Hard swing from Sam Hill, and that's a called strike. Excuse me.
Hill in this series so far, at least prior to this game, was 0 for 4 with a strikeout.
Counts 1-1. Heller's off speed missed away. Brings it to 2-1. James Heller one pitch away in this one. A ground ball should do it. Sam Hill looking to extend and hit something into the outfield. Heller misses again on the fastball, moves the count to 3-1.
Yeah, full hitters count here for Hill, and his mentality is, I'm going to get something to hit here. Just got to do the right thing with it and drive it into the outfield.
Two competitive pitches missed. Heller's 3-1. Into center, that's going to drop. Willie rounding third, he's going to throw on the brakes, head back to third, throw back. He's in there. A single for Sam Hill, and UMass will score the run.
That one just floating into center field off the bat of Hill. And UMass gets the benefit of the slower speed there as it drops in front of DiMartini charging in. Mark Willie had to put on the brakes quick there and get back to third, and fortunate that he did are the Minutemen as they have the bases loaded again, moving station to station.
I believe we're going to see a pitching change here now as the Flyers are going to yank Sam Heller. Hill on the day, 1.2 innings pitched, 4 hits, 1 run, 1 of them earned. 2 strikeouts on the day. Definitely not the day he had hoped, but not a bad one at all, Tim. 34 pitches. Call it a good outing at that, but leaves the bases juiced for the next guy.
Yeah, it's got to be a tough feeling when you come out giving up the lead there to end, as it looks we'll have Ben Dean on the bump for the Dayton Flyers here.
Dean has a 6.91 ERA, 181 whip at the start of this season. With runners on, he's a 308 against batting average. So the odds definitely fall in Anthony Terrado's hands. We'll see a righty-on-righty matchup here.
And Dean pitched previously in this series. In Game 1, he went 1 inning, struck out the side, and gave up a hit within it.
Hard-throwing righty. Have yet to see the off-speed yet. But UMass definitely staring at an opportune 2-out at bat for arguably their best hitter in Anthony Tirado. 291 hitter on the year. Hits better with runners in scoring position. Today he has a walk, no Ks, going 1 for 2. 2 bombs on the year. Definitely would be an opportune time to make it 3.
Well, Matt, on the other end, Dayton has one of their hottest arms coming out of the bullpen. He struck out 6 of the last 7 batters he's faced, the other one being a hit. So he's not afraid to attack the zone here. UMass got to be ready to hit.
Right, he showed us a curveball there. We'll see if he can use this against a lefty hitter. Anthony Tirado, the center fielder. Bases juiced here at Earl Lorden. That's Willie McCarthy and Hill on the bags. And Ben Dean looks to make his first in this one. Skipped fastball. Good stop from Howell. And Tirado will start it with a hitter's count. Shifting to the opposite field side. As Tirado fouls one off to the left side. Definitely late on the fastball.
Yeah, if you heard the call here from the Dayton crowd, they said that's heat, and no joke. There's some fire coming out of this righty's arm.
The 1-1. Fouled straight back from Tirado. He is definitely late on this pitcher. Dean is in control thus far as he moves the count to 1-2. Ben Dean to get out of the jam. Hits Tirado in the leg. And a 1-2 hit by pitch, a hard hit by pitch at that. Brings home Mark Willie. And the 8th run for UMass.
And that's their most scored in the game this series, as the Minutemen, coming back from that 5-run inning, they let up on defense.
Tirado has not taken first base yet. He's wincing in pain, was limping down the line.
Still having an issue down the line there.
That hurt. That was a hard thrown fastball to Dean's glove side. Definitely harder than it would have been arm side for sure, as he yanked that one.
And directly to that front leg, which absolute stinger below the knee there.
The bruise on that will not be a pretty sight indeed. But he'll take first now, and we'll move back to play. Matt Travisano 0 for 3 in this one, looking for his first hit. UMass's 11th hit, and a pretty good swing as Travisano, swings and misses the ball in the dirt. Dean with a breaker in the dirt starts up 0-1. His 0-1 pitch. Another breaker in the zone called strike. And quickly Ben Dean is worked to an 0-2 count with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Trevisano looking to fight back with 2 strikes here. The pitch, curveball, fouled off down the left field line.
Good fight there, but Trevisano obviously in swing mode, deciding that he wanted to go with that one before the pitch was even coming.
Dean with a curveball on that last pitch. Can definitely bring the heat here. The 0-2. Breaker. Got him! Dean strikes him out, and UMass can only put up 2 runs here in the bottom of the 5th. Flyers get out of the bases loaded jam, and they'll go to work here in the top of the 6th shortly. We'll be right back. Davinson Waters up at the plate now. Jack Levine will look to continue. Number 22, the right-hander. No hits given up in this one, trying to keep the hot streak alive. His first. High and away. Called ball.
Well, Wouters has been a fire starter for Dayton throughout this series. Obviously 2 for 2 today with a pair of singles. And looking to get them started here in the top of the 6th after UMass took back the lead.
Levine's pitch misses low and away. He's working out of a 2-0 count now. Excuse me. Dayton 10 for 23 on the day. As Levine gets a called strike, a breaker on the inner half. Wouters 2 for 2 on the day. Levine's pitch missed. Count moves to 3-1. Well, Davinson Wouters is not just one of the best hitters we've seen here at Earl Lorden. He's one of the best hitters in the A10. As he takes ball 4 for a walk. Tim, what can you tell me about this young player and how he's been contributing to the team so far? Obviously 2 for 2 today with a walk.
Yeah, Wouters is an A10 slayer, as they like to say. He is hitting 500 in Atlantic 10 action, and that also follows with Michael DiMartini and Ryan Lujo, as that part of the order, as we've said, is just potent for the Flyers. As you see Manolfi up now, again, one of the hottest hitters in this Dayton lineup. But Wouters, the fire starter, right? Getting on here to start off an inning again. He did so in the previous inning, and that kicked off a 5-run explosion for Dayton.
Called strike. That's going to be the second on Manolfi. Levine cranking up the RPMs on that fastball here. Throwing a firm, hard fastball. The off-speed stuff has been pretty good, too. Trying to induce a ground ball here. A little 2-for-1 action. Levine's 0-2. And they're going to call a pitch clock violation. That'll put a ball on the count.
I believe that's the first one we've seen all series, Matt.
It's the first one we have seen all series. Levine took a little too long there. Count resets, and we'll do it again. 1-2 is the count. Levine. Hard foul ball from Manolfi. 1-2, still the count. Jack Levine checking the runner. Coming set. Kicks, fires. Ground ball, Beverly. Over to second, Sullivan. Over to first. Picked by Willie, not in time. And we see a grab of the hamstring over by Manolfi. Hands are on the knees now. He grabbed that right hamstring right a couple steps after he hit the bag.
Yeah, the second baseman beating out the throw there, but at what cost?
That is going to be a hamstring. I just saw the coach signal there. Such a hot hitter for the Flyers as of late. Manolfi doing great in this series, 5 for 7. 5 ribbies, 4 runs. 2 homers in his own right. And you hate to see any time a player get hurt. You never wish this on anybody ever because, these guys are just trying to go out and play the best baseball they can every day, work hard for their guys.
Absolutely. A guy just starting to hit his stride in this season is Ty Manolfi.
Defensively and offensively, I might add. And is he going to stay in the game here? I hope he does.
Well, it looks like it, Matt.
It looks like it. That's always good to see. And he's going to stay at first now. Presumably stay in at second as well, which is a huge buff for the Flyers. He's really been a rock over there in that middle infield group with DiMartini in center and Wouters at short. Speaking of DiMartini, he's up at bat now. Not the guy you want to see just a couple feet from a double play. Pick over to first. That feels almost cruel, Tim.
A little bit, Matt.
A little bit messed up. I understand the game, but I don't think he's going anywhere. I don't want to speak too soon. Levine checking first. The pitch. Breaker in for a strike. 0-1's the count. 1 out here in the top of the 6th.
Said earlier, DiMartini, a Penn State transfer, one of 4 guys to come over to Dayton from that program last year, and definitely a talented place to poach from.
Ball hit into center field. Tyranno's tracking it down. Lays out, makes the play. Making the extraordinary look routine. Anthony Tyranno lays out for the 3rd time in this one and steals a hit from the Flyers.
I'll tell you, Matt, this kid's defense is insatiable. There's no way for him to not track down a ball right now. He is too locked in.
That was the easiest of the 3 diving catches so far. Didn't even want to really put, too much into the call there. It feels like that's just in his range now. Great play from the center fielder.
Now batting, number 1, Rylan Luho.
Jack Levine trying to hunt his first K in this one. Ryan Luho up at bat. Breaker, called strike. And once again, Levine gets ahead. Done a great job so far at getting ahead, staying ahead, trying to keep hitters off balance. Tough break on the double play, or should I say lack thereof double play. Levine picks over to first again. Not in time. Manolfi moving pretty good after what we just saw. Definitely going to put some ice on that hamstring after. Or heat. I don't know what these guys do nowadays. I'm going to be honest.
Well, he definitely doesn't look shy in his lead at all.
Ball hit. Beverly. Short route over to second. And that's the 3rd out. UMass works out of this one scoreless, holding their 2-run lead. Scores 8-6 now. We'll catch you back in the bottom of the 6th as UMass swings it. We'll be right back on 91.1 WMUA. Jack Beverly, 2 putouts in the last inning. Coming up here in the bottom half now. First, trying to do some damage and get the Minutemen offense rolling. Ben Dean looking to stop that for the Flyers. Breaker, bottom of the zone, ball.
And Dean settling back in here after giving up 2 runs in the previous inning. Definitely want to keep UMass at bay.
Swung on fastball from Jack Beverly, fouled back. 1-1 is the count.
Just keeping Dayton within range has proved to be deadly in this series. In Game 1, they had a pair of go-ahead homers in the 7th inning. So UMass not out of the weeds yet. Definitely got to keep adding on offense.
Yeah, 2 runs is not a comfortable lead against these Flyers. They can get hot quick, and when they're hot, they stay hot. So definitely want to put up some more runs if you're a Minuteman. Foul ball moves the count to 2-2. Umpire going to give the catcher a break. I think it fouled off catcher's shoulder or something. Kind of part of the job.
You always love that little relationship, though. That respect between the home plate ump and the catcher.
Well, not only do you respect it, but, man, is it vital. Because these catchers are working for calls. They're almost playing on opposite teams, so to speak. Foul ball from Beverly. Dean living in the zone, trying to finish off Jack Beverly. 2-2 is the count here in the bottom of the 6th. Dean's pitch. A breaker inside. Called a ball. That was dropped by the catcher, but I can't quite say it should matter. Some guys are live and die by the slogan, you know, if you didn't catch it, it's not a strike. That seems unfair to pitchers, man. Dean's 3-2. Fastball. Hit to center. DeMartini going back and makes the catch. Short of the warning track there. Hard hit ball from Beverly, but well tracked from DeMartini out in center.
Matt, I'll tell you, that one had the launch angle for a homer, but just not quite the power behind it. Again, to the deepest part of the ballpark here, so a good result still in the mind of Beverly. Just got to put it somewhere else.
Up comes Carter Hansen now as he looks to get the first hit in this inning for UMass. Dean's first. Swung on and missed by Hansen. That was a characteristically big swing from Carter Hansen, especially on the first pitch. One of those boom or nothing swings, so to speak.
Yeah, he swings out of his shoes often early in counts, and when it connects, it is dangerous.
Breaker called strike. And Dean goes up 0-2.
Yeah, Dean has done a really good job of getting ahead on hitters early, especially in this 6th inning here.
The 0-2 struck him out. Great breaker from Ben Dean, and Hansen goes down 1-2-3.
Yeah, that one might have deflected off the plate there, Matt. That had some sick drop to it that had Hansen chasing. And goes down for out number 2 in the bottom of the 6th here.
Braden Sullivan now for the Minutemen. Looking to kick off the 2-out rally. Ben Dean looking in. Guy has his sign. Kicks, delivers. Breaker low. They're going to check if he went. He did not. That starts us off 1-0. Braden Sullivan. Quick swing from the righty. Matches Ben's velocity. Ball hits straight up. Shortstop Wouters under it, calling it. Drifting over and makes the catch. Out here, Ben Dean is rolling through the men. The Flyers have got their guy on the mound here on 91.1 WMUA. It's going to be Martin Howell up to the plate now. We're going to get the rally started for the Flyers. Jack Levine's still on the bump for UMass.
Number 4, Martin Howell.
PA announcer with some troubles there, but we got there.
Error on the name, Sam Howell. That football quarterback?
It's not Sam Howell. This is Martin Howell. Swinging it from the right side.
Not sure I would have confused those two myself.
I don't think I would have either. As Levine's breaker misses. Counts 2-0 now. Levine done a good job at getting ahead of hitters so far. Struggling here, the first one in the top of the 7th. Levine's pitch. Fastball. Called strike. He's back in it.
Yeah, great way to settle in there. Right in that low part of the zone. Got enough of it to completely solidify it was a strike. But a good spot so that the hitter couldn't take a hack at it.
Foul ball. Straight back. Not the parking lot. Nice pad of grass there. And multiple small children sprinting after the ball.
A kid
like
in a
it's
Julio
candy.
Jones jersey tracking it down, the newly retiree.
Levine misses one high and in there. Almost hits him. And the count is full. Jack Levine looking to close this one out. His 3-2. Swing and a miss. Levine punches him. And that's his first K of the day.
Yeah, good work there from Levine. Once again, a guy for the Minutemen that is going to come out of this bullpen aggressive. He's going to attack batters, and Dayton so far has done a good job putting the bat on the ball, but right there, flying past him was Levine.
Bobby Stang up to the plate now. 2 for 3. Got a homer and a single. Fouls one back there, and he's going to be the first member of our 91.1 WMUA cycle tracker
For today. Matt.
As you know, he has a homer and a single, 2 away, the triple and the double.
The two hardest parts in all.
The two hardest parts of the cycle. Levine misses one low. One's across the board now. One out here in the top of the 7th as the Minutemen lead 8-6. Teams even on hits at 10. Levine's 1-1. Missed low on the breaker. Once you get to this 2-ball area, two balls, 3 balls, you're in contact mode as a pitcher. You're trying to induce weak contact and get a ground ball or a weak fly ball for your team. Levine's 2-1, missed again. Yanked that fastball. Moves the count to 3-1.
Now it's fully in Stang's favor. He knows he's going to get something to hit here. Levine trying not to let a guy on with one down.
Zorn on deck, 0 for 2 on the day. Grounded to third. Beverly bobbles it. Can't get a hold of that one. And Stang is safe at first.
Tough look there for Beverly. Last inning made a pair of fundamental plays smoothly, and now on a slow hopper over to third, just couldn't handle it.
So I don't know why he took that on the run. If it were me and I was an athletic third baseman, probably would have stopped and shuffled my feet towards first there, especially with, the 2-hop nature of that one. Had a little bit of time over to first, but nonetheless, double play still in play for the Minutemen as Zorn comes up. Spiked ball to the backstop, and there goes the double play just like that. Bobby Stang takes second on the wild pitch. And Levine's going to have to work hard here to keep UMass's 2-run lead.
Yeah, now a guy in scoring position and someone behind your back shoulder for Levine, just another little distraction as a pitcher that you never want to have.
Levine looks at second. Kicks, steals. Inside to Zorn. Moves the count to 2-0. Top of the 7th could be a big one here for the Flyers if they can string some hits together. Had a big inning in the 5th off of a ton of consecutive hits. As Levine tosses one in there for a strike, bringing it to 2-1.
Zorn, another one of those Penn State transfers here, has doubled his home run total on the season in this series.
Levine gives up a foul ball over to the right. And there goes mini Julio Jones down the line.
It's a pack of about 5 kids over there.
A pack of
chasing
kids.
after that ball.
Is that the associated word for multiple of
I think
children?
so.
A pack? I'm okay with that. Levine. Zorn, hard hit down the left field line. Call that a designer strike. And will stick with the 2-2. Aiden Zorn, a .293 hitter, trying to crack the 300 mark. Started today at .298. Could move up with a base knock here. Levine's 2-2. Low in the zone, called a ball, and the count is juiced.
Got a little nod there from Toth behind the dish. Looks like that's where they wanted it. Maybe a setup pitch there. Now to this 3-2.
With how hard Levine's been throwing the fastball, a heater at the bottom of the zone is definitely in play. Levine trying to go with something comfortable here. Fastball outside. Called a ball. Definitely on the chalk. Great call from the umpire there. But Dayton finds another man on as both Stang and Zorn stay at second and first respectively.
Toth going to call out a play now after a brief conversation behind the plate with the home plate umpire. That pitch from Levine not missing his spot by too much. It was a great low and outside fastball. Like you said, Matt, that was in play there and definitely set up from the previous curveball.
Probably a couple inches off the plate. Definitely a competitive pitch, but still a ball nonetheless. Levine, his first one over to Doby. Doby 1 for 3 in this one with a single back in that big fifth inning the Flyers had. Definitely could start another big one with a big hit here. Outfielders for the Minutemen playing to right center and right field. Left center gap wide open. Levine looks at second, looks in. Doby fouls one back over to the left, bringing him into an 0-2 hole. The Stampede runs behind me. Mason Doby, now the senior left-handed hitter, trying to keep it alive for the Flyers. The 0-2. Inside. Levine missed that one, just yanked it. We'll see the 1-2. Only one out here, but the Minutemen know a thing or two about turning a double play. Their defense has been rock solid so far. Levine's 1-2, dribbled to second base. Sullivan, Trevisano, by Willie, and Dayton's going to score a run on the errant throw from the shortstop, Matt Trevisano. And just as I talk about the defensive prowess of UMass, an error costs them a run and the inning-ending double play.
Yeah, tough throw there from Trevisano. Yanked it all the way, almost into the outfield, skipping past the glove of Willie and towards that Dayton bullpen.
You know, this is when you really look for your pitcher to pick you up as a baseball club. Jack Levine has an opportunity here to go out, get a strikeout, end this inning. You know, look at your shortstop, say, I got you. I did that for you. Got out of this one for you, man. So, Levine with an opportunity here, spikes one. Great stop from Toth.
A good stop there from the catcher, and like you said, Matt, it's a big situation. UMass defense on high alert now with 2 down here in the top of the 7th. The tying run standing at second base.
You know, we seem to be going back and forth in this one a little bit. UMass has had more time leading than Dayton, that's for sure. Levine, the 1-0. Breaker outside, misses that one. 2-0's the count. Now, Tim, if you're Jack Levine here, what's your I cannot do this? What's your no can do?
Well, I can't leave you something in the middle third of the zone because I don't want someone to get good, strong contact on that and drive it into the outfield. I think I take my chances way better in the low part or the high part, either popping you up or getting you to ground out.
Well, Levine misses that one. The count moves to 3-0. Levine's 3-0 pitch. High and tight. And that's a walk from Aiden Heberly. Mason Doby at second, Heberly at first. And up comes the A-10 Slayer himself, Dyronson Wouters. Wouters kind of made for this situation. Sorry, Tim, didn't mean to step on your toes there.
He absolutely is made for this situation, Matt. He's 2 for 2 in the game, drew a walk in his last at-bat, but he has the capability to put the ball in play no matter where it's thrown. He's a fighter, and he's going to find a way to try to drive this run in.
Levine looking at second, trying to fight back with this one. Skips it to the backstop. The force is out of play as the runners advance. Levine just can't seem to help himself here as he really pulled that fastball.
And maybe in his own head now, but moves the runners up. The go-ahead run on second, the tying on third.
I've said it 1,000 times, Tim. You see how good a catcher is in his last 3 innings on defense. Toth let that one skip by there. Breaker up in the zone, called a ball. Levine falls down. 2-0. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. Go ahead and tying run 180 and 90 feet away. Toth blocks that one. Just as I was saying, working hard for his pitcher.
3-0 count. And Levine has got to be feeling like this zone is uber small right now. The mental game as a pitcher has to be taking a toll on him.
Well, definitely not feeling, rays of sunshine, that's for sure, Tim. As Levine misses his 3-0. They're going to call that a strike, on the high and away part of the zone. Tim, that's the only part of the zone we can see well, and I still preemptively called that one a ball. Questionable call there.
Yeah, tough corner to hit. Wouter is dug right in with a nod to the umpire, so it seems he's willing to give it another shot.
Levine's 3-1. Wouter's swinging. Levine fighting back to a 3-2 count. 2 outs here. The punch-out would leave 2 runners stranded. Definitely a time where you see what you're made of. Jack Levine winds up the pitch. Outer half. Called a ball. And Wouters takes first base with a great at-bat. And up comes Ty Manolfi. But first, we're going to see Reynolds come out to the mound here. Excuse me, that's not the gorgeous Matt Reynolds. That's our pitching coach. My mistake. This is now the second time I've referred to Matt Reynolds as gorgeous, and I think that needs to stop. It just can't be 3 times.
Never 3, Matt.
Never 3.
Never 3.
Couldn't be 3.
Well, this conversation with Levine, what do you think they're saying up there, Matt?
Hey, man, it's time to be a dog because you got 2 runs 180 feet away, and we're only up 1 run, so.
And one of the hottest hitters in this series coming up to the plate in Ty Manolfi after that injury, his previous timeout.
I mean, honestly, if I'm Jack Levine, you got nothing to lose here. Can't miss a pitch. Can't walk a guy, so, you'd rather die by a base hit or double or insert some contact than a walk, that's for sure. Free bases are never a pitcher's goal.
Well, Matt, in an inverse sort of comparison here, you want to go down swinging.
Yes, that's for sure. Levine's first one missed as he cannot get ahead. Trying to get even now with his second pitch. Manolfi, a good hitter when he can get ahead and kind of expect what's coming next to him. Levine's pitch, high and away, fouled off by Manolfi, and he does even it up at 1-1. It's Mason Doby at third base, Aiden Heberly at second, Dyronson Wouters at first. And the man at the plate, Ty Manolfi, trying to bring home a couple of runs, give his Flyers a lead. Levine picks over to first. Safe in there, and the throw beat him. I can't tell if Wouters got around it with that right hand.
He did, Matt. It was a swim move that he lifted the left up, turned onto his side, and got the right hand in there. What a play by the small shortstop to weasel his way back to the bag.
It's a heck of a time for a back pick there, Tim. I don't know what else you'd call it than in a bases-loaded jam like this one. Levine's 1-1, high for ball 2.
And the Dayton dugout is in full force right now. Certainly not helping Levine head-wise, but now the Minutemen dugout's getting into it as well.
Big pitch for Jack Levine here. The 2-1. Missed inside. Almost hit Manolfi. If it had, it would have been I hear the Dayton fans yelling, "We got ice." And that's about it, right, Tim? That's a run that Menolfi just dodged out of the way of.
Yeah, maybe a guy who got injured earlier isn't exactly too happy to see another one coming at him.
The 3-1. Grounded to the pitcher. Running over to first in time. And Levine gets out of the jam. A ground ball back to himself. Menolfi could not get that one through the infield. 3 runners left on board for Dayton as they can only score 1. UMass up 1, 8-7. We'll be right back on 91.1 WMUA. Leading off for the Minutemen, Minutemen, excuse me. It's a fun one there, Tim. Leading off for the Minutemen, it's going to be Mark Willie. Single so far in this one. A walk back in the second. Looking to kick off the rally here. Broke the slump in the 5th with that single. Ben Dean trying to keep him on the slump as Willie's late on the fastball there.
The Minutemen first baseman having his best game of this 3-game series so far. Definitely a contributor they were missing on offense through those first 2 games in the doubleheader.
Willie, check swing, does not go.
Some brutal calls.
Good call from the umpire there. You can see down the line, that feels appropriate. Ben Dean
from
now.
our angle, it looked all right, Matt.
I agree, Tim. The 1-1 smacked over the dugout behind left field. 1-2 is the count. No outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Ben Dean coming off a little 7th inning stretch siesta. Struck him out! Punch out for Ben Dean. Mark Willie sits down. And that's the first out in this one.
Yeah, that's more of what Dayton's been used to from this flamethrower righty as of late. Attacking the zone, not afraid of a hitter, and chasing a K right there and getting it.
Michael Toth with a single and a double thus far in both the 2nd and 3rd. Had another single in the 5th. And Tim, that was his first double of the season. Excuse me, that was his 5th double of the season. I read the wrong column there.
Big difference between 1 and 5.
Yeah, I'd say, right?
Either way, a big contributor for UMass in this game has accounted for 3 of their 7 RBIs.
Dean misses his 2nd pitch, bringing the count to 2-0. Second one, a close fastball at the bottom of the zone there. The right-hander deals. Fouled straight back. And the count's 2-2. Dean the pitch. Check swing. Excuse me there, Tim. Check swing down the first baseline.
It evens up the count there for Toth as he tries to get another fire started. UMass losing 1 run there in the top of the inning.
Foul ball on the hammer of a curveball. Ben Dean looking like a certified animal out there. Trying to work back here. Toth. The 2-2. Dean's pitch. Curveball. Got him on the bounce. And it's a drop third. Throw over to first. Not in time. The ball sat right on the plate. Nobody pointed. Nobody said anything. And unfortunately, Martin Howell couldn't find it. So Dean gets a strikeout, and Toth makes his way to first regardless.
Yeah, Howell seemed to lose that one as it semi-skipped underneath him. So he couldn't find it either between his legs or thinking it could have gone to the backstop. And like you said, Matt, sitting right on top of the plate, and Toth runs it out.
It's Reese McCarthy now, 2 for 3 on the day. Takes ball 1.
That one high above the letters for ball number 1.
I'm loving these Dayton fans, I gotta say. They're the loudest bunch, and the URI fans were very quiet. I like some fire as Ben Dean gets a called strike on the outer half there. McCarthy with 2 singles and a run thus far. Trying to keep the fire alive. Dean, curveball skips. Misses that one 2-1. So Ben Dean seems to be, at least in this inning, either skipping the curveball or dropping it on a dime. Makes it easy for the hitter. You just got to look up.
It could be an effect of some fatigue here. He's usually a 1-inning guy.
30 pitches thus far. I'd agree with you, Tim. 4 strikeouts, though. Runner takes off. Swung on in the air. Toth can't find it. And it drops. DeMartini can't get it. Toth dives into second. He's in there. So Michael Toth kind of stuck 3/4 away from second base, figuring where that ball would be. And DeMartini just can't get it.
Yeah, looking like a dancing bear there between first and second, trying to gauge whether or not DeMartini was going to come in and grab that ball. Deflects off of his glove, and Toth dives in there to avoid the force play at second.
Matt Reynolds is going to call the runners in. Talking to his on-deck batter, too. And they're going to stop and take a peek here. Very interesting play. You heard that pause in the broadcast there. That was because the ball hung in the air so long, I had to wait to call what happened. That ball was just blooped in the air. I almost wonder if the shortstop or second baseman could have gotten to it. But I guess we'll never know. We don't have a bird's eye view like they do at the higher levels of this game, so we can't quite see what's going on.
I was thinking the same, Matt. That was a really shallow fly ball that DeMartini ended up being the one to get a glove on in any way. So it's interesting how either Wouters or Manolfi wasn't able to range over for it.
And the stoppage will stop now as we see Sam Howell come up to the dish with 2 runners on. Only 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th. UMass with an opportunity to do some damage. Michael Toth over at second. Reese McCarthy at first. Ben Dean still on the bump, throwing hard. Hill looking to bring home a run. Dean's first one, a curveball. Swung on by Hill. And that's the first strike. Dean looking in, looking at second. Kick, steals. Breaker. Check him. He did. Swing from Sam Hill.
He's very clearly not in favor of the call there. Jumped out of the box with a little bit of emotion. Now has to dig back in on the 0-2.
Curveball spiked. collected by Howell. Moves the count to 1-2. Anthony Tirado on deck, looking to do some damage if he gets up to the plate here. Chances are he'll still have a runner on somewhere. Ben Dean, his 1-2 pitch. Fastball outside. No good. We have twos. Dayton hitting 10 for 30 overall. UMass 11 for 30. Right on with each other, a fight. And the curveball skips away from Howell. That'll put Sam Hill at a 3-2 count. And moves the runners up 90 feet. Hill now has 2 RBIs out on the pond. And a big right center gap to do some damage with.
Yeah, big spot here for Hill with UMass only leading by 1 run in the bottom of the 7th inning.
The 3-2. Foul back, and we'll do it again. Hill with a quality at bat already, but really trying to fight here, especially as UMass only has, so many outs to work with. The double plays off the board for the Flyers as they bring their infield in. Dean's 3-2. Hard hit fastball. Hit straight up in the infield. Cut off by Wouters as he crossed the second base line there for the second out.
Anthony Tirado coming up now, 1 for 2 on the day with 3 RBIs to his name. And a big spot here that could potentially add 2 more with a single.
Tim, this is where digging in as a pitcher is just so important. The third out is the hardest to get, and Ben Dean has worked very hard in this one so far, trying to dig in, give a little bit more for this last out. Hard hit ball, caught by Wouters at shortstop. He jumped up and snagged that out of the air. And Ben Dean is electric as he runs off.
And I got to say, what a play there from the shortest man on the team, the 5'7" shortstop, leaping up with an Odell Beckham-like catch in the glove. And that spin on that ball mat that had it on a downturn as it was trying to exit the infield.
You're right, Tim. The top spun ball definitely didn't help out Tirado as he was inches away from 2 RBIs to his name. That'll be all for the bottom of the 7th. We'll be back at the top of the 8th as the Flyers try to work back their 1-run deficit. You're on 91.1 WMUA. Top of the lineup now for the Flyers as they're trying to cut their 1-run deficit to 0 and maybe put on a couple runs of themselves, taking a lead. It's going to be Michael DiMartini up to the plate now, the leadoff hitter for the Flyers as he takes a ball inside there. Jack Levine's still on the mound now, looking to get back to work and hold the Flyers scoreless in this one.
There's a little bit of action in that Minuteman bullpen, but
DiMartini, big swing at the breaker, brings the count to 1-1.
still not too sharp of warming up. Looks like they're comfortable with Levine in there for now.
It would be till he gets in some trouble, Tim, that's for sure. Levine's 1-1, high and in, missed. Moves it to 2-1. Levine looks in, kicks, deals. High fastball for a swinging strike. And the count's now 2-2.
Aggressive swing there from DeMartini. A little bit uncharacteristic on the chase with the high fastball. Still good placement from Levine.
Levine's 2-2. Swung on, hit to center. Back at the well is Tirado. He's under. He makes the catch. Feet away from a homer, and a game-tying homer at that is Michael DeMartini. Big out for Jack Levine, but his work is not cut out for him yet. Rylan Lujo up to bat. The freshman is 2 for 4 on the day, looking to maybe emulate that last at bat, just a little more juice behind it.
Yeah, the work is certainly not done here for Levine in this inning. You got through one tough batter. Now you got another one coming right back at you out of the 2-hole. This Dayton lineup really doesn't have a hole in it.
Now Levine, base is clear for him, trying to keep it that way. Hard hit ball to right field. Hansen looking under it, camped, and makes the routine catch. Well, Jack Levine, 2 big pop-ups, 2 big outs.
As we get a pinch hitter here, Alejandro Cazorla coming in. The redshirt junior out of Okotoks, Alberta.
Where are these Canadians coming from, Tim?
Now pinch hitting.
Canada, I'd say.
Well, that put some egg on my face there. I'll give you that one, Tim. Jack Levine, breaker, strike 1. Cazorla, 19 Ks on the season, 8 walks as he takes ball 1. Only a double as an extra base hit so far in 59 at-bats.
Utility outfielder, started his career at Bossier Parish Community College, where he hit .392.
As he slaps that ball down the left field line. That's going to be foul. 1-2's the count, 2 outs here in the top of the 8th. Dayton only with 4 outs to work with, trying to make up that 1-run deficit. Levine's pitch, smack to right. That's going to be a base knock. A single for Cazorla on the pinch hit. Hansen bobbles it for a second, picks it up, tosses it in. And Cazorla keeps the line moving to a hitter who can surely give the Flyers a lead with a swing. It's Bobby Stang, 2 for 4 on the day, a homer and a single.
Now batting, number 20, Bobby Stang.
Yeah, the Massapequa, New York native digging in here. He's shown off his pop in this series. Took himself from 3 to 5 homers on the year within these last couple games.
Levine trying to get ahead, kicks, deals. High and ripped. That's ball 1. Now Jack Levine, 65 pitches in this one, 15 batters faced, only 1 strikeout, 4 walks. He's gone 3.1 thus far, has really held the Flyers in his own right. Trying to do it again here as he misses either high or away. I can't quite say it was both.
Yeah, Toth having a conversation behind the dish now. That one, at least the Minutemen seem to think, snuck through the top of the zone.
Stang takes strike 1 as Levine battles back now. A ground ball should do it as UMass has the short route open to second base with a runner on first. A grunt from Levine on that off speed as he misses that one.
Seems like a little uncomfortability with the arm there. Shook it out after that last pitch.
That's a tick, Tim. I'll ease him on this one. If this one we see his arm fall off, we might have a different story, and I might be singing your praises. But that's a little bit of a tick. As Levine misses on Stang, Definitely might be some fatigue in that arm, Tim. I can't remember the last time I've seen Levine go 65 pitches. Now, a little more. Player tying his shoe over at third. That's Jack Beverly.
But yeah, you said it. Talk about
Everybody check your shoes.
some
Sorry,
long
Tim.
relief here for Levine.
Yeah, he's pitched the brunt of this one, regardless of how you want to cut it up.
Number 3, Aiden.
Dayton had a tough break with their starter as UMass 6 runs in their first 3 innings. 2 in the next 3, and we'll see what they do in the 3 after that.
Now the tying run standing on second for Levine.
Hard up ball up the middle. Toretto's going to come up throwing. He fires it. Safe as Cazorla, and this game is tied. And out in front of the dugout is Ben Dean firing up the hitters. And Ben Dean might have popped his player's thumb as Cazorla grabs his hand. We love a good fist bump, but when it becomes a fist punch is when we might have an issue. I don't know why I got so sidetracked on the celebration.
Well, Matt,
Because this game is tied.
it's a great reminder of what really started off this whole run. Cazorla coming around to score. He was the pinch hit option, and he slapped that one into right field to get this run started for the Flyers. And then a big hit there from Zorn to make the simple single to center field as ball 1 there in this count. But Zorn previously only had 2 hits in this series, a triple and a homer. You know, bared down there and made the simple play.
Dobie up at bat. Skipped in there from Levine. That makes the count 2-0. You definitely have to wonder if you're Matt Reynolds why you're not going to the bullpen here. Levine definitely in some trouble. You want to save your guy, your closer, for the 9th, but man, you're really hoping Levine can get out of this one. The 2-0 pitch. Low. That's ball 3.
Got 1 man in the bullpen right now for UMass, a second jogging over actively as Levine continues to struggle here. 3 straight balls.
Dobie takes strike 1 in there for Levine. Counts 3-1 here, 2 outs in the top of the 8th. Flyers have already scored 1, looking to get the go-ahead run in and put them up 1. Levine. Did he go? No, he didn't. And that probably could have been a strike regardless. Matt Reynolds is fired up, and I would be too. We had a pretty good angle of that one, and that's a strike there, Tim. I'm sorry. Any way you cut it.
Matt, I'm going to have to agree with you. And that swing, either way you see it too, was really close to going past.
And we're going to see a pitching change here, I imagine, as Matt Reynolds walks out to the mound.
I'm not sure how he's keeping his cool right now, Matt, in all honesty.
This is not his second pitching visit, so he doesn't have to pull him, and it doesn't look like he will. Matt Reynolds pounding Levine's chest, trying to invigorate his pitcher here. And they are going to pull him. Reynolds very upset about that call, as I think you could have argued UMass got a strikeout in 2 separate ways there. Tough break for sure.
Yeah, no, you load the bags. Obviously, the fortunate part for UMass, you have an out at any base. The unfortunate part, 2 guys in scoring position. That could flip this lead on its head that they had coming into the inning.
UMass 5-game losing streak for the Minutemen. They are really, really trying to find their way to win this one, cut the streak at 5, and maybe move on from these last 2 weeks. But the biggest problem for the Minutemen has consistently been their bullpen and their late-game pitching. Obviously, holding a lead until just about now as Dayton ties it up. This is the time, if you're a Minuteman fan, you hope your team digs in and finally squeaks one out here in the later parts of these games.
Well, Matt, I'll tell you, this entire series has exposed every issue for UMass. In that first game, the lineup striking out 9 times, can't get a guy on base, and obviously can't get someone in scoring position either. Then in that second game, can't cash in with people in scoring position. And that essentially took them out of the game, as well as the offense never gotten a consistent flow. And now here, the bullpen runs short after a busy first 2 games 2 days ago, and you have to stick with Levine for a long time in there, and he ends up getting too tired to hold his weight and lets in a run here. Whether the call was incorrect or not is still up to anyone's discretion here, but still the long work of Levine is what allowed Dayton to get back in.
It's going to be Adam Merritt now on the bump for the Minutemen. Tough streak for him down the stretch here. Threw against Harvard, Rhode Island, and Fordham in his last appearances. Giving up 4 runs at Fordham, but 0 against RI and Harvard. Has had one of 2 types of games, either lots of hits or lots of walks. And so Merritt's looking to shut the door now. No room for error for either hits or walks. UMass has pretty good defenders where they are. Definitely a time to trust them, as there's an out at any base.
Yeah, a bases loaded situation is uncomfortable and comfortable to come in as a pitcher. You have the threat of 2 runs scoring on a base hit, but you also have the soothingness of, if this ball is flubbed into the dirt, we can just step on home plate and get the out potentially. Or we can fire over to first. Or
You're right about
a
that.
tough play at second, you can step on the back.
Ball in play would for sure make an impact. And bases loaded. I definitely think Merritt's the guy for it.
I'd say 2 outs makes it more comfortable. Not saying it's
Yes,
on
that's
the
for sure.
positive side of comfortable.
Heberly, a 100 hitter with 2 outs. 0 hitter with bases loaded. Does not have a hit with the bases juiced yet, as Merritt gets strike 1 and goes ahead. Will be a big momentum shift for the Minutemen if they can get out of this one, as the dugout's getting hyped. Merritt looks into the plate, breathes, kicks, deals, breaker. Got him swinging. Merritt's right where he wants him. Looking to finish the job now. Dugout getting hyped. Merritt's 0-2 with the bases juiced. Outside. No good. I think that was just on the chalk there, Tim. Good take from the hitter, Heberly.
Absolutely in a good spot. Really solid velo coming from Merritt right now. He looks like he's ready to come in a big spot like this.
The 1-2 pitch to Heberly. Swing and a miss. Merritt gets out of the jam. UMass gets out of the jam. Bases loaded, bases stranded for the Flyers. We got ourselves a tie ball game. UMass has 6 outs to work with. Dayton has 3, and we'll head into the bottom of the 8th. You're listening to 91.1 WMUA. Matt Trevisano leading off for the Minutemen. It's Adam Merritt punching out the batter in the top of the 8th, giving UMass a little momentum in the bottom side here.
And on the mound now for Dayton, Ben LaPalme out of Bellbrook, Ohio, the sophomore. No stranger to big situations, made his collegiate debut against #1 Wake Forest last year and punched out a pair of batters.
The lefty pitcher taking his stride against the righty, Matt Trevisano. Trevisano's 0 for 4 on the day with 2 strikeouts, both in the 4th and the 5th. Trying to get this one started off as he takes strike 1 from LaPalme. Trevisano, the shortstop, hitting at a .297 clip as he takes ball 1 there.
LaPalme's previous appearance in this series, he went 1 1/3 with a walk and a K, no hits allowed.
Looks to emulate some of that success. That ball looks like it almost hit Trevisano. Called a ball. Count moves to 2-1. No outs in the bottom of this 8th inning. UMass 6 runs to work with, trying to get ahead in this one. Check swing. He did not.
Everybody clap your hands.
3-1 is the count. Trevisano in a hitter's count. Big hole over there in the 6 hole. Looks like a off-speed pitch there, bottom of the zone, called strike.
Yeah, scraping the knees there for Trevisano to get into the bottom of the zone. Runs it full.
The Palms 3-2. Dribbled to short. Trevisano digging it out, cut off by the third baseman, thrown over, got him! Rylan Luho with a crazy play, cutting off the shortstop, and he gets the first out in this one.
Yeah, what a play by Luho. He really flew from the left side of the infield there to cut off Wouters as he kind of took a slow approach to that slow dribbler, and Luho had enough speed and the arm strength to get out Trevisano right there.
It's going to be Jack Beverly up at the plate now, trying to do some work against this lefty pitcher, LaPalme. The 0-0 taken for a strike. Beverly also 0 for 4. Only 1 strikeout to his name, couple of ground balls and a fly out. Trying to change that narrative. LaPalme. Ball hit to shortstop, or second base, excuse me. Manolfi over to first in time, routine play. And that's how the second out will go up.
Yeah, almost too simple there for Manolfi. Didn't have to move a step even. Just put the glove down. Simple alligator, as they like to say in the Little Leagues, and toss it on over.
Might have been good that Manolfi didn't have to run too hard for that one. If everyone remembers, he had that hamstring pull or strain or whatever you want to call it down the line at first a couple innings back. Glad to see he's still in the game. Hansen takes strike 1. Dayton with their signature shift on the lefty. It's going to be Wouters playing kind of up the middle second base. Manolfi in the 4 hole. As Hansen fouls that one back for strike 2. Definitely late on that high fastball. And Bennett LaPalme 1 strike away from a K and a 0 in the scoreboard of this inning. LaPalme's 0-2. Misses inside. Hansen definitely on the dish as a hitter. Foot in the very corner of that box. Sometimes those hitters can flinch and still get strikes called them on the inside there, but not this time. The 1-2. Away. As Hansen takes back-to-back balls. 2s across the board now. LaPalme looking to work out of this one. Give his hitters some chances at the plate. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. LaPalme throws it down. Throws down a hammer. And we'll see you in the bottom of the 8th as the Flyers, top of the 9th now. Flyers 3 outs to work with. We'll be right back on 91.1 WMUA. Dayton's Murderers Row up to bat now. Darvinson Wouters up to plate, 2 for 2 on the day with 2 walks. Started the day 2 for 2, and then UMass kind of said, well, rather let you on than let you hurt us via the base hit. So in the 6th and the 7th, Wouters walked. He's up in the top of the 9th now. Merritt stays on the bump and misses his first one there. Pulled, breaking ball for ball 1.
Well, Matt, all 3 times that Wouters has gotten up to start an inning, he's got on base, and I believe all of those ended in runs being scored for the Flyers. So comes up in a big situation here, trying to start a run with just 3 outs to work with on either end.
Fastball called, strike from Merritt. The 1-2 pitch now. Hit to right. Hansen coming in at it. Camping. And makes the play. Sun is starting to crack out here at Earl Lorden. Maybe some issues over there. I see Hansen has the glasses on, but no trouble on that one as Merritt finds his first out. UMass with 2 pitchers in the bullpen. I assume one being the closer, the other being the oh crap dude. As in the guy who will come in if Matt Reynolds is forced to say, oh crap, we might have to switch pitchers. Merritt's first one a miss. Count moves to 1-0. You know, Tim, on every team, the bullpen guys have their roles, and some guys are just the cleaners. They go in and clean up innings. You know, Merritt might need that. Right here as that ball's hit to right. Deep to right field. Hansen looking up, camping at the warning track, and makes the catch. Dayton just maybe a collective 6 feet away from 2 homers this game, as both have been caught on the warning track. Hansen making one, and Anthony Tirado making one in center earlier this game. These Flyers are really driving the ball all over the park to no avail, as that's definitely a luxury out for Merritt.
Yeah, Manolfi with a strong bid for his 3rd home run of the series and just barely couldn't get it. Seems like it had the pop on it, just the launch angle a little too low for the second baseman.
The main man for the Flyers, DeMartini, up to bat now. The sophomore, 2 for 5, looking to get a rally going for the Flyers. Merritt's 1-0. Missed away, brings it to 2-0 now. And DeMartini's not a guy you want to let get comfortable in the box. He already is pretty comfortable as it is, judging by his clip this season. But hitters counts for sure ease the nerves. And 3-0 counts ease the nerves further as Merritt misses that fastball up and in.
Yeah, that one almost skying into the backstop with that fastball. Merritt going to want to settle back in here with another difficult part of the order coming up for Dayton.
The 3-0 skipped, and up comes Rylan Lujo, not a hitter in his own right you'd love to face. And they're going to pull the base runners and the hitter. I imagine they might be talking about maybe a little small ball action, maybe a hit and run. There's plenty of wonderful baseball plays you can make, especially when you only need one run, Tim.
Well, Matt, a hit and run would be deadly with DeMartini on the base paths. He leads this team in stolen bags on the year, and there's a reason for it. He's a blazer down those lines, and obviously Lujo is more than capable of producing a ground ball in the right spot with as good as he's been all year. A 400 hitter, you have to have some immense contact skills to achieve that number.
These are definitely the guys for Dayton they feel like can get the job done with, DeMartini over at first with Lujo in the box. There aren't many guys you'd rather have in this type of situation, especially with a tie ball game in the top of the ninth, no less. UMass having a conversation on the mound now. You want to focus on the battle between the batter and the pitcher, but you also have to focus on the batter between the runner on first and the pitcher. Giving up a free 90 in this instance on a wild pitch or, an easy steal definitely doesn't help your cause if you're UMass, especially with with no margin for error, I should say, on the score sheet.
Yeah, it's tough with 2 down here in the top of the ninth for Adam Merritt. Obviously, that runner is a big concern, but you have just as big of a problem at the plate in Lujo.
Lujo, a 420 hitter, trying to put maybe an RBI on that clip for the day. He's 2 for 5. Incoming. Lujo looking for his pitch now, something he can drive. Merritt, fastball. Called strike. No swing from Lujo. That evens the count 1-1.
Yeah, small check there from Lujo. Definitely thinking about it. Maybe a little more discipline, trying to look for a pitch that's more his style here.
1-1 count now. Could go either way. The pitch. Breaker away. Missed by Merritt. That makes it a 2-1 count. 2 outs here in the top of the ninth. UMass trying to get back in the dugout and get hitting. Looking to walk this one off in the bottom of the inning. Dayton trying to put one ahead. Hard hit ball, right center field. Is it going to fall? It does! DeMartini heading in, heading for home. He's in there standing. A 2-out double from Rylan Lujo, and Dayton goes up 1. An incredible job from the Flyers, executed to perfection. And UMass goes down 1 here in the top of the ninth.
Well, Michael DeMartini right there, embodying Dayton's mascot, Flyer. He made his way around the base paths in an instant, and he got an excellent jump off of the bat there on that hard fly ball into the right center gap. He went from first to home in the blink of an eye.
Would love to see a hitter now from Dayton. They're putting in a pinch hitter here. Instead of Cazorlo, it's going to be number 26.
Bennett LaPalm.
Bennett LaPalm. And I assume... Yeah, I'm going to stop talking. I got nothing here.
The pitcher coming up to hit, Matt.
Pitcher coming up to take a swing. Let's see what he's got. As Merritt barrels one in there for the first strike.
No batting gloves on him.
Yeah, no batting gloves on the pitcher. He's got the elbow guard, the hand guard, and the leg guard. I can't help but feel like this is a bit of a meme, but you're only up 1 in the top of the 9th. He's got to have some merit behind him, as Merritt drills one in there for strike 2. Dayton up 1. Merritt looking to close this one out. The 0-2. Fouled back. And Bennett LaPalm has worked himself into a count here.
And that gets a rise out of the Dayton dugout, as they love seeing their pitcher dig in and fight in the box.
Merritt's 0-2. The runner goes. Swing and a miss from LaPalm. And I'm guessing he won't go out to toe the rubber after taking some swings there. We'll be back as UMass tries to cut this 1-run deficit off the board here in the bottom of the 9th. Can UMass do it? We'll find out here on 91.1 WMUA. In a bit of a stunning turning of events here, it's going to be Bennett LaPalm back out on the mound. The lefty pitched an inning, got a scoreless result out of UMass, went in, took a pinch hitting at bat in the DH's spot, and then he's going to come back out here to pitch one more time. I can't imagine that the wear and tear 1 at bat and 4 pitches takes on the body will have an impact on the lefty's pitching right now.
Might even loosen him up a little bit, Matt.
Maybe. Who knows?
Get the hips engaged a little bit.
We're about to find out. I'll tell you what, Tim. UMass needs 2 runs to walk this thing off, 1 run to send it into the 10th. And Braden Sullivan is the first batter in this inning. Has a walk in the 2nd, a base knock in the 5th. Just looking to start this one off with a bang. Bennett LaPalm kicks, deals, misses away. Ball 1 on the board. Now, Tim, there's nothing more exciting than a close 9th inning, and we got it right here.
You can see that UMass dugout. Everybody's on their feet. Looks like a 3-row sky-high bleacher over there.
Sullivan darts out of the way of an inside fastball and, really shrugs his head down as he could have won that one for a base runner. This UMass dugout is electric right now, very similar to the Dayton dugout in the first 2 games here. And we're going to see a mound visit from Dayton.
Well, Matt, this game means so much to UMass, as we've mentioned a couple times before. They're on a 5-game losing streak. They haven't beat Dayton since May 19th of 2023, and they're really hunting a win right now in this schedule to try to turn this season around, as they've fallen deeper below 500.
I mean, everybody's playing to try to keep this going. Dayton looking to get to a 500 record, as the start of their season in out-of-league play was as competitive as any other A10 team this year. UMass trying to end the losing streak. Both teams fighting for their own pride and rights right here. And Sullivan is going to be ahead in the count 2-0. Definitely very selective here. LaPalm looks in now. The lefty kicks, but deals. I almost yelled bunt out of sheer habit, Tim. As Sullivan squared around the butt, pulls it back for strike one. Old habits die hard, Tim, that's for sure.
Most certainly, Matt. Don't want to get too finicky here with the situation tense.
LaPalm's pitch fouled over the press box to the right side. Good weak contact from LaPalm. And Sullivan's got to dig in here and try to find a base knock or a way on any way he can. The first hitter in these innings are so important to a team's success. That represents Braden Sullivan. The pitch fouled back on a high heater. We'll do it again at 2-2. Braden Sullivan 1 for 3 on the day, looking to go 2 for 4 now. LaPalm hunting a strikeout. The 2-2. Fouled over to the right side. We'll stay at 2-2. And Braden Sullivan will not go down without a fight, Tim.
Yeah, third straight foul there from the UMass second baseman. He wants to get on badly here and start off a rally for the Minutemen.
UMass scoreless in the last 4 innings now. 11 hits on the day. We'll need a couple more. LaPalm's 2-2 again. Fouled back once more over our heads onto the tennis courts. And this is a quality at bat if I've ever seen one, Tim.
Absolutely, Matt. And from Sullivan's perspective, you're learning a lot. You're seeing a lot of pitches from this guy after he had a quick inning. It's a big experience to have going deep in an at-bat here late in the game.
LaPalm misses and brings the count to 3-2. Full count in the first at-bat of this bottom of the 9th inning, and I'd expect nothing less in a game like this one, Tim. Nothing less. LaPalm hunting it out. Ball fouled back over the catcher, and we will do it again.
Man, don't tell these kids they don't have heart, Matt.
Don't tell these kids they don't have heart. Talking about the kids getting the foul balls or the ones up at the plate right now?
I think everyone around here is
heart.
playing to their maximum ability.
Who's going to win the fight? LaPalm or Sullivan? The 3-2. High! Sullivan takes the walk. One of the most electric walks I've seen in a good minute, and UMass has a runner on.
And that nod over to the dugout by Sullivan. He's got confidence that they can get back in this one, and so should these next couple of Minuteman hitters, as they've been some of the hottest on the day. Coming up is Mark Willie, 1 for 3, and 2 runs scored already.
I think we're going to see a pinch hitter here now for UMass, as they do not want to see the lefty hitting first baseman, Mark Willie.
Yeah, good idea there from the Minutemen to switch it up. Lefty-on-lefty matchups can be tough, especially.
Instead, we'll see Jack Peters, 212 average hitter, but definitely in there more for the righty-lefty. They pick over to first. Excuse me there. No avail. So it looks like Peters may be looking to bunt here. Obviously can see why. UMass only down 1 run, and a runner in scoring position is an important one at that.
Yeah, you can see Wuho in on the grass here as he squares.
Peters pulls back on a ball inside, and it will be a ball inside. Bennett LaPalm is going to have to find another gear in this one. So far, struggling to stay consistent, look the same as last inning. Dayton does have someone warming up in the pen. The lefty's got to dig in here. Peters squares around to butt, puts it down the first base line. LaPalm picks it up, throws it over to first. In time. So 90 feet exchanged for 1 out here as LaPalm makes his own play. Great bunt from Peters, exactly what you want to do, right where you want to put it down. And that's a well-done job.
Yeah, Matt, like you said, incredible placement down that first baseline with Doby holding the runner on at first, had no chance to charge there from the corner, and the pitcher LaPalm making the play, the 1-3 over to first, and now a man on second for UMass, the tying run represented by Sullivan.
Michael Toth, the hot hand hitter at bat right now. A single, a double, 2 runs on the day.
So it's 2
Ball skipped in
RBIs.
there. You're right, 2 RBIs. I think that's the big ringer there, Tim, especially in a high scorer like this, you know. Wherever you can get runs counts. The winning run at the plate for UMass. LaPalm trying to dig in here. Big swing for Michael Toth at the top of the zone. Foul ball ticked back into the catcher's glove. For strike 1. One's across the board now as we have 1 man down in the bottom of the 9th. 1 ball, 1 strike as LaPalm looks to get ahead here. The pitch. Inside. Moves it to 2-1. And Tim, I don't know if you can hear my voice. I am pumped for this inning. We have ourselves a ball game here late, and we have not had that in the last 2 games here for the Dayton series.
Matt, how can you not feel the energy right now?
Swing, 6-hole, throw. Rounding is the runner. The throw on target. He's out of there. They sent Sullivan, and he's out of there at the plate. Great throw from Aiden Zorn. He missed one earlier in the game. He gets that one. And that just saved the game for the Dayton Flyers.
Matt, I don't think you could have thrown a ball any better than Aiden Zorn did right there on a hop down to home plate. Howell parked himself right in front of the plate, reeled it in, and there's nowhere for Sullivan to go as he tried to score. Pinpoint accuracy, Aiden Zorn.
That's just about a perfect throw as you can make, but UMass still alive here with 2 outs. Up comes Reese McCarthy, who will take his first pitch, a ball high and away. Counts 1-0.
Still nearly the same situation for UMass with the tying run on second.
Michael Toth did make it to second as McCarthy hits it down the third baseline. Goes off the glove! Goes off the glove of the third baseman, Rylan Lujo. And the error keeps UMass alive as the errant throw comes in. Dayton seemingly losing a bit of themselves here in the excitement. Looking to re-center now as LaPalm will toe the rubber once more. And up comes Sam Hill. 1 for 3 on the day. Single in the 5th inning, that big 5th inning for UMass.
Overall in the series, Hill is 1 of 7.
Reese McCarthy over at first, might look to go somewhere, put some pressure on the defense, maybe not. And he gets, runner takes off to second. McCarthy on the ball that slips away from who I now know is Bobby Stang behind the dish. They put the DH behind the dish. Switched it around a little bit. That would explain the pitcher going back out there because they wanted to get a new catcher in there. 1-0 is the count. Runners on second and third. Skipped is the pitch from LaPalm. Moves the count to 2-0.
Now maybe some extra nerves on the lefty with the winning run moving up to second base. 2 ducks on the pond here for Sam Hill.
3 great arms in the outfield. You have to wonder if you send the runner at second on a base knock as Hill fouls one back to the right. Count moves to 2-1 now. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 9th. UMass need a base knock to score 1 guaranteed. We'll have to see if the second comes across as LaPalm deals. Pitch high, called strike. 2's across the board now, Tim. UMass 1 strike away. Bennett LaPalm looking for that punch out. Sam Hill on his last strike here. The pitch. Hit down the line to right. It's fair. And Dayton's going to win the close one. An absolutely electric game. And they're going to chirp at the dugout as they run out on the field. A sweep for Dayton, a one-run game victory, and UMass heartbroken as they move
Fans, thank you for
to 6 games consecutive losing. Tim, that's got to crush a team 180 feet from a victory, 90 feet from a win, and one errant bounce in the infield away from a tie ball game right now.
Well, I'm not sure UMass has felt this heartbroken, certainly not at home so far this year, as, like you said, Matt, they dropped their 6th straight and their 3rd straight to Dayton here. Once again, the Flyers winning the series for the 11th year in a row. Seems like they just have the Minutemen's number.
UMass has not won a game against Dayton since March 19th.
May 19th.
May 19th, excuse me, and that's 2023, correct?
Absolutely.
It's been a minute. For Matt Ford-Wellman and Tim Brown here at Earl Lorden, we've had a great time. Close one as Dayton takes down UMass 9-8. You're listening to 91.1 WMUA.